Good morning. About said happy Monday. I'm a little off. It feels like it's been forever. I am Alternate Dirt, and thank you for joining me today. Hope if you were the recipient of a long weekend, I hope you enjoyed it. I hope the weather was good for you. It was a mix here for us, but all in all, it was good. But I feel like I'm been gone for a long, long time. So, good morning, Gabby. How are you? And my camera's even having troubles. It's going to be one of those days. I warn you all the time. So you can't blame me. Hey, Christine, how you doing? Hope you are doing well today. We are going to finish up the Daniel Garcia case or trial today. So much for 2 weeks, right? Darn state. I am going to spare you a lot of boring testimony. There was a lot of just really quick witnesses. The defense never even cross-examined them. So we are going to listen to, I think there was 5 FBI agents that testified. So we're going to the KSAT 12 channel, cut those out. Well, they didn't really have to cut them out because they were just went in order. So we're going to listen to those. The defense doesn't question any of them. And then we're going to go to day 4. So we watched part of day 2. I watched the rest of day 2. There wasn't anything. Day 3 is going to be these FBI agents. Daniel's ex-girlfriend, she testified, which I thought was going to hey, this might be interesting. It wasn't. She basically just verified that he wanted to leave the kids with her really, really fast. He made up a lie that he was going to Florida to work. She was kind of like, I can't do it, which kind of made me mad because you take your freaking kids. Obviously, she has the kids now. And then they recall her back to verify a phone number. And that was pretty much it. Nickole's mom and Nickole's dad, who is Dominic's mother, testified. It was through an interpreter. It was very short. Basically, just verified that Nickolle showed up, Daniel and Nickolle showed up, and they didn't have Domenic. So super short, no cross-examination whatsoever. So unless you guys were like, hey, I really want to go watch that, then I guess we can go watch it. But there's nothing there that's going to give any weight to what we've seen so far. So we have the FBI agents. They're quick. It's an hour for all 5 of them. And that there's some, I know you'll be shocked, there's some sidebars in here. So it's not quite an hour. And then we will go to the forensic anthropologist and the medical examiner, who you should recognize from Jose Ruiz. And then the one defense witness that is called, you also should recognize from the trial that we don't talk about anymore. And then they both rest. They're doing closing arguments today. I've been kind of keeping out. Nothing's happened yet. So we'll catch up, go to closing arguments. I assume verdict watch. I don't know if this judge will do like Judge Boyd and go through, closings. Because if it was Judge Boyd, closings would have happened yesterday. This would have been over. Hey, I about called you Phil. Hey, Dill. Aw, working with the premature babies today. Sweet. We're getting excited. Miss Madison's almost here. We had a checkup yesterday. All is well. So we are down to the final few weeks before she enters this world. So I assume this is going to wrap up today, unless for some reason the jury deliberates a really long time. I don't think that's going to happen, but you never know with juries. So with that, oh, and then I think Friday we're going to start that trial at Star in Tennessee today, and we may watch closings. We may watch opening arguments today if we have time. If we catch up and they're still deliberating, we may do opening arguments that happened yesterday, and then I may tomorrow, if I have time, watch today's testimony and take out some of the filler witnesses. I hate to call them that. Every witness is important, but we all know there's some boring ones, and we may do that so we're not too far behind on Friday, if that's okay. I got to remember how to do this. All right, so this is the first FBI person not up here long at all. And again, no cross-examination of any of these guys. I don't know what they were I don't know what they would have asked. It's just generally lawyers like to talk. Okay, we know how the sound is.
Can I proceed? If you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court order.
Sure. My name is Special Agent Ellen Colas with the Federal Bureau of Investigation. Last name is Kolos.
And what do you do for a living?
I am a special agent with the FBI. I'm currently assigned to the Miami division, and I investigate criminal matters relating to cybercrime, crimes against children, and healthcare fraud.
And as a agent or special agent with the FBI, you have to do duties of collecting DNA samples or swabs from individuals.
Correct. I'm a member of the evidence response team, and as part of being in that team, you're trained on how to handle evidence, and part of that is DNA collection and handling. So yes, we are trained. I am trained.
And so that evidence response team, is that ERT for short?
Yes.
And so in this case in particular, on or about September 10th of 2021, did you collect a DNA sample from an individual named Jeremy Jarvis?
Yes, I did.
And could you explain to the jury how you did that?
Sure. Jeremy met me at the Miami field office, and we took a DNA swab. You wear gloves. There's two Q-tip-like swabs that you do in each side of the mouth. You package that in the packaging that the DNA comes in. You tape it with evidence, and then myself submitted it to the evidence control room in the Miami office. And then after that, I submit a lead to the FBI laboratory in Quantico, and the DNA gets shipped to the lab.
And then an analyst at the lab in Quantico, is that who analyzes it later?
Correct. In the field, we only deal with collection. We don't do any forensic analysis or any DNA analysis in the field. That's all in the lab in Quantico.
And after that, did you have any other contact with this case?
The only other contact is I was in charge of returning the remains to the family in Miami.
Absolutely.
No question.
That's it for
Excuse.
number one.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. I just said this.
They will call Special Agent Coble this time.
And while we're waiting on her to get up there, if his daughter testified, they did not show, obviously would not have shown her because she's 7, but they also did not, there was no audio, but I don't think she probably testified. They didn't need her to. I hope they didn't put her through it.
So this has been sworn, you may proceed.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the report?
Sure. My name is Special Agent Christine Coble. The last name is spelled C-O-B as in boy, L-E.
And what do you do for the report?
I'm a Special Agent for the FBI.
And at the time in 2021, in August, where were you stationed at?
Denver, Colorado.
And were you, as a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation or FBI, did you have duties on the ERT or evidence response?
Yes, I did.
And could you explain to the jury what the evidence response team is and what your duties were as a member of that team?
Sure. The evidence response team is a collateral duty for most agents and support personnel that are selected to participate. My role at the time of this investigation, and in this particular case, was I was helping find and collect evidence. At the time, I'd been an ERT member for approximately 22 years.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
With defense?
With the defense. Sidebar. Sidebar number 1. I thought I'm off for some reason.
And as a member of the ERT team, did you go out to the scene where the remains were recovered?
Yes, I did.
And out there, did you assist in evidence collection?
Yes, I did.
Members with instructions?
Yes.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit number 33. Do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
And what is it an image of?
This image depicts the hillside on which we found the remains on August 25th, 2021. It shows one of my teammates either descending or ascending on a rope the hillside down to where the remains were located.
And do you know the person who's in that photo?
I believe I do, but it's a little unclear who that is.
That's not yourself, though.
It's not me.
But that is a true and correct, that is a fair and accurate depiction of the hillside where the remains were found.
Yes, it is.
State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 33 into evidence.
Judge, may I approach your brief?
I have 23 committed already.
33.
Oh, sorry.
Sidebar number 2.
Objection to 33 is overruled, 33 is admitted.
So they're going to show us a picture here in a minute. Do you remember when we heard Nickolle testify about taking Domenic to Colorado because she'd just been there and it's beautiful and all that gag-worthy testimony she gave, and how she described it as she lowered him. Those were her words. She lowered Domenic down, which to me, I don't know, maybe not you, but to me, it made it sound like she kind of placed him just off the road. And then she said that Daniel said somebody would see him. And then she talked about throwing the jugs of water at him to tip him. So just keep all that in mind, because she made it sound like gently placed. And when you see the pictures, look how what they had to do to go recover him. There's no part of me that thinks that they did not just roll him down that hill. But that's my opinion only.
So is this the area?
Yes, it is.
And we see there's a rope that's assisting one of your team members to go down this area.
That's correct.
And was one of your other duties as a member of ERT to collect a DNA sample from Nickolle Aguilar?
Yes, it was.
And did you do that?
I did.
And could you explain to the jury how you did that and what you did with the sample after?
Sure. That process is something that we refer to as collecting a buccal swab. Buccal refers to mouth or cheek. So we use a sterile swab or multiple swabs while wearing gloves, of course, to swab the inside of an individual's cheek or cheeks. We package up that swab and then submit it into our evidence. And then it is subsequently sent to our laboratory for examination or comparison in terms of DNA.
And while you were at the scene as a member of ERT, did you assist members out there in locating evidence, including bones?
Yes, I did.
And did you have to actually dig for bones?
Yes, we had to dig to find bones.
How fast it is.
No question, Trevor.
May the agent step down and be excused?
Yes, sir.
Very much your chance. Take call your next witness.
State calls analyst Goodwin to the stand.
You know, I kind of wonder, because we saw that defense attorney put on a good defense and he won. So, like, is that the difference between the trial he thinks he has a chance at and the difference between, I don't have anything to work with here? Because he's not asked a whole lot of questions, with the exception of Nickolle, who they're trying, they're pointing the finger at, just like they did with Katrina Mendoza. I'm not excusing either one of those women. I think they had something, well, they obviously had something to do with it. They put their kids there and they didn't run away.
You ever see Judge?
Yes, the witness has been sworn.
Thank you. Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court order?
My name is Corey Goodwin. It's spelled Goodwin.
And what do you do for a living?
I am an intelligence analyst with the Denver FBI
And how long have you been an intelligence analyst with the FBI?
since July of 2018, so about 6 years.
And as an analyst with the FBI, are you also a member of the evidence response team, or ERT for short?
Yes,
And in August of 2021, were you a member of that team?
yes, I was.
And were you asked to go out to a scene in Colorado off Birthridge Pass?
Yes.
And when you got there, what did you do?
My primary role on the team that day was an evidence collector.
And so, as an evidence collector, did you I guess, could could you explain to the jury how someone becomes a member of ERT and what type of training they go through?
Yes. We have to apply to be on the team. We submit an application showing our interest, what background we might have in crime scene investigation. The senior team leader, along with the other team leaders, go through those applications and select members to join the team. As members of the team, we are responsible for documenting evidence, collecting evidence, documenting crime scenes, and performing basic forensic examinations.
And at this scene in August of 2021, did you come across human remains?
Yes.
In what condition were the remains?
The remains were mostly skeletalized at this time.
And as a member of ERT, was it your duty to assist other agents and analysts at the scene in collecting the bones of those remains?
Yes.
Did you also observe water jugs at the scene?
Yes.
Do you recall about how many?
There were 3 on the scene.
Do you have you had training in the collection of pupa maggots from the remains of from human remains?
Yes. I took a training in June of 2020 on collection and preservation of entomological evidence. In addition, I attended a human remains recovery training in June of 2021, where we learned additional guidelines for preserving and collecting entomological evidence, as well as the opportunity to practice collecting said evidence.
Was entomological evidence collected in this case on these remains?
Yes.
And were those, was that evidence of entomology then sent to a Dr. Tom Berlin and Casey Flint in Texas?
Yes.
Could you explain to the jury, when approaching human remains that has entomological evidence, how you go about collecting that and what's the process?
Yes. So we document information about the scene, time, date, weather conditions, location, to go back and look at actual temperatures. We then will collect the insect activity and preserve it in its current state. If there are larvae present, we will collect some of that and rear it to adulthood in order to send to the lab for further examination.
Ms. Goodwin, can I ask you to lean into the mic? Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes.
Every time I hear him ask to approach, I'm like, is it another sidebar?
Mayor Pro Tem, defense judge?
I like the sidebar. When you hear those magic words, can I approach with the defense? I think this one was a long one. It's so weird to me. You have all these short witnesses. The defense isn't asking any questions, but there's all these sidebars. The defense has basically running objections. So they've objected to something. I don't know what, because the judge doesn't allow speaking objections apparently. But they don't like some of this evidence that's being brought in. So they'll talk about speaking or running objections. And the judge is like, eh.
Madam President, witness judge?
Yes, I believe you marked 34 and 35, correct?
That's correct, Judge.
Go ahead.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 34 and 35. Do you recognize these?
So, Bond, these are all FBI witnesses. This is day 3, basically condensed down into an hour. There's like 5 FBI witnesses. There was nothing really left on day 2 after we watched the mother, whatever. I hate to use that phrase for her. And then we're going to go to day 4, watch some doctors. There's 1 witness on day 5, and then they're doing closing arguments today, so we should be able to go all the way to verdict today, hopefully. Yes. Nickolle. We'll just call her Nickolle.
Yes,
What are they?
they are images from the crime scene, or from the human remains recovery scene.
And are they fair and accurate depiction of a portion of the crime scene as you observed it in August of 2021 off North Birchwood Pass in Colorado?
Yes,
Do these images show the water jugs in them?
yes, it shows one of the water jugs.
Does it also show the human remains in the photos?
Yes,
We don't see any of these. So don't worry there.
Your State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 34 and State's Exhibit 35 into evidence.
The defense has already stated their objection for the record. At this time, the objections are overruled. 34 and 35 are admitted.
I think we have run objections.
Yes, sir.
You
And
can
the state
hear-
will
you can
inform
ask
the
for
court
one.
that the images are graphic in nature, and will ask the court for permission to publish them to the jury.
Yes, you can publish them, jurors. Please know that the state will publish some graphic images.
So going down, we saw on State's Exhibit, permission for such.
Yes.
What's already been admitted is State's Exhibit 33. Was it a pretty steep area?
yes, yes,
And so to get down there, we see, it looks like one of your colleagues going down
yes,
with a rope.
yes. We attached some ropes to assist in providing us stability to get down to the scene.
And at this point, I'm going to show State's Exhibit 34. When you got down to the remains, State's Exhibit 34, what did you see?
We found the mostly skeletalized remains of a small individual and a water jug near the remains.
And then State's Exhibit 35, is that a closer image? And in that image, we see the water jug and we can see part of the remains.
Yes,
And, well, to explain to the jury, were the collection of the bugs, the entomological evidence, was that collected on the remains or under the remains? How is that done?
they were collected under the remains. Once the remains were removed, we were able to see some larvae in the ground underneath and we collected those.
And did you assist in securing the remains back up to the vehicles?
Yes, I assisted in bringing some of the bones up to the vehicle.
No question.
And should be excused.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Ms. Goodwin, you are excused. Call your next witness.
They call Agent Barrell, just like that.
So I think on this witness, one of the reasons I kept her in there, she maps out the stuff so we can better see kind of where they put him. Like I said, one like Nicole described. Oopsies.
Could you introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the court order?
Yes, I'm Supervisory Special Agent Kristen Verrill, V as in Victor, A-R-E-L.
And what do you do for a living?
I'm a Supervisory Special Agent with the FBI out of Washington, D.C.
Back in August of 2021, where were you assigned?
I was assigned to the Denver Division of the FBI.
And while you were assigned to the Denver Division of the FBI, were you a member of the Evidence Response Team or ERT?
Yes, I was.
And could you explain to the jury what your duties were as you were a member of the ERT team?
Yes, so I assisted in all aspects of our evidence collection on a variety of cases, but my main specialties were on our forensic scan team and our forensic survey team. And so I operated the total station and the Faro scanner.
And so what's a Faro scanner?
So a Faro scanner is a terrestrial LiDAR system. And so it is a device that allows you to map out the scene in 3D space using a laser and a mirror that rotates and collects 360-degree views of the scene or whatever you're trying to map out.
And this scanner, this Faro scanner, is that something that's used often in the investigation in FBI matters?
Yes, so it is used by, I don't know how many of our teams out in the field have it, but it is very commonly used in scene reconstruction, crime scene reconstruction, whether it's accidents. It's also used in engineering situations, construction projects. There's a variety of different uses, but it is definitely, it's been used now for a number of years in the forensic scene.
And could you explain to the jury the accuracy of a Faro scanner?
So a Faro scanner, as I mentioned, it shoots out a laser that reflects off the mirror to collect a series of data points. And so within 10 meters of the device, it is accurate to plus or minus 1 millimeter.
And was a Faro scanner used in August 25th of 2021 out North Berthoud Pass in Colorado at a scene of recovery for human remains?
Yes, it was.
And could you explain to the jury what the scene out there looked like and how you plotted points using that Faro scanner?
Yes, so once I arrived on scene with the rest of the team, we arrived in, we were coming down the highway, down the pass, and there was a big pull-out space, like off the side of the road. So we parked our vehicles, got our equipment ready to go. Our senior team leader had indicated the area that we would be focusing on. And so we gathered our equipment. We went down the side of the mountain and using a series of ropes to get down the side of the mountain and carry our equipment to position it. And so the device needs to be set on a tripod in order to balance it and level it in order for it to read properly. So we took it down and we started our focus right at the where we found the human remains.
That is a gigantic gavel. The judge's bench. I want to see her like, bam.
Any other personal interest? Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 44, 45, and 46. Do you recognize these images?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
So these are images of the scene that we were just discussing. So image 45 is an image facing north along Route 40 with the mountainside to the right. And then 45 is the opposite direction. So it's facing south along the highway. And then 46 is an image of the same terrain, kind of showing the ropes that we were using and the steepness of how it was to get down to the scene.
And are those 44, 45, and 46 State's exhibits, are they fair and accurate depictions of the scene that you went to use the Faro scanner at?
Yes, they were.
At this time, Judge State moves to admit what's been marked as State's Exhibit 44, 45, and 46 into evidence.
We are just saying objection, Tom. We can have a written objection.
44, 45, 46, the objection is overruled. The exhibits are admitted.
Thank you.
I thought they had
So
it ready.
we're on the screen, we have what do we see on the screen on State's Exhibit 44?
So as I mentioned, 44, this is an image of Highway 40 is to the left, and this is facing north. And where those vehicles are parked, those are our equipment vehicles, and those are in that pullout that I described. And then to the right, you can see.
So tell me, where she lowered him down at, as she stated. That's really steep, and then with the water jugs. I don't know. Looking at those pictures makes her even worse.
The side of the mountain where we found the human remains.
So I'll put State's Exhibit 45.
And so that's the same, it's just facing south, looking at that same area to the left. So that little grove of trees is kind of our focal point.
Okay, and so the focal point is there's these quite a bit of trees right there, and there's actually one tree that's sticking out pretty high.
Yes.
Okay, and then State's Exhibit 46.
Yes, so that is another just a detailed image just to show the process by which we had to get down to the scene, but it is the same mountainside. This again is facing north along that the mountain, and that was the area where we entered the scene like from a distance to the side of it. It wasn't right above where we found the human remains. We had to go down and then along a little path that we had created.
And then as you're using this scanner, are you plotting different points of this general area?
Yes.
And could you explain to the jury how you plot a point and what the scanner does in plotting of that point?
Yes. So in order to get a complete picture and an accurate representation of that scene frozen in time, the device is a point of sight device. So that being when the laser gets reflected, it goes out and it touches a point. It cannot see it through a rock or a tree. It cannot see around it. And so it then shoots that information back to the device where it collects and measures that distance. And so it measures the distance on a horizontal axis, a vertical axis, as well as the angle. So you have the X, Y, and Z all accounted for. And so we try to position the device at various different locations in order to get a thorough depiction of the scene. And so one of the things to note when we do these scans as well is that it is unable to see immediately below the device. So if we move it just a little bit in another direction, then we can then collect data on that area below to make sure we get full coverage.
And how long were you stationed in the Denver area for the FBI?
I worked out of the Denver office from February of 2013 to August of 2022.
How many of those years were you a member of ERT?
All but one, I think. I think I got it.
Quite a bit of experience on ERT.
Yes.
And in your experience, have there been other occasions that you had to go through this type of terrain?
Yes, we have done numerous searches in the mountains.
Okay. And so, going back to, well, I'll show you State's Exhibit. May I approach this?
Yeah.
So you've had experience going up and down mountains and this type of terrain before yourself?
Yes.
So showing State's Exhibit 35, do you recognize, this is admitted, 33. That is, do you recognize this image?
Yes, I do.
It's an image of the descent towards the human remains, is that correct?
It is correct.
Do you know who's in that image?
Yes, that is myself
Okay.
on scene.
And so, could you explain to the jury why there's these ropes?
We just use it as a safety precaution as we were descending and then as we were climbing back up, it was a fairly steep terrain. Oftentimes we don't have quite that I would say estimated about 45 degrees. I think there are some calculations that we looked at with our scan data that corroborates that. But yeah, so we had those ropes tied to one of our vehicles to help make sure we could secure our path in.
Where do you tie it on the vehicle?
We have the winch part, the front part of the sturdy part of the truck.
Okay. And so, in order to get down, you're using this rope to get down there?
Yes, sir.
And then what about getting back up?
Yeah, we would pull on the rope to help provide extra support as we were making our way up because it was kind of on level ground as well. It was like loose rock. It wasn't all settled. I mean, it's pretty dry out there and it was August, so there's a lot of, you could step and kind of fall a little bit like sand.
Okay. And so that climate at that time in the summertime in Colorado would make that a difficult trek back up.
Yeah, it wasn't the easiest.
And so we talked about you plot out all these different points with the Faro scanner. What happens with all that data?
So once we collect all of that data, it gets saved onto an SD card inside the device, and then we bring it back to the office and ingest that information into the software. It's called Scene. It's provided by the manufacturer, and in that Scene software, there's enough data collected from the device that then allows the computer to identify which points are the same across the different scans. So then it pieces all of those scans together to make one big picture of the scene.
And in that picture of the scene, is it like a video that you can see?
There's a variety of different products that can be produced after you collect all of the information. So you can do orthographic images that can show you the side, different views. You can do top-down views, side views. There's also fly-through. So when you put it together, you can create direct it to go to focus on different areas and where you want to go inside the scene. You can also do panoramic views because in addition to collecting the points, there are certain settings on there that allows it to actually take photos after. So it'll go through one rotation and collect the data points, and then it'll go through a second rotation where it actually takes photos of the scene as well and splices them together in a panoramic view that allows you to see it then in colorized form.
And what you testified earlier was about the accuracy of it being at what level?
It's within 10 meters of the device, it's accurate to plus or minus 1 millimeter.
And who's Agent DeFrance?
Charles DeFrance is our senior team leader for our evidence response team.
And as a senior team leader, was he the person that compiled this data and created the scene to go and orthographic image provider?
Yes, I had started the process, but then he refined it and made sure that it was all pieced together properly.
That's what this judge.
We have no questions.
Agent Burrell, you may step down. Thank you for being here.
Holy cow. I think that's the same thing they were talking about that they used in the Bell and McNabb trial where they went through the trailer. I think that's the same technology, which that was really fascinating. All right, so I think this might be Stephen DeFrance or whatever he said his name was.
The witness has been sworn. You may proceed.
Good afternoon. Would you please state your name and introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Charles S. DeFrance. I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation stationed in Denver, Colorado.
Of course you called him Charles, in my defense.
Now, Special Agent DeFrance, can you give us some background on how you got into the FBI?
I entered the FBI after my undergraduate degree, and I first worked in the Firearms Tool Marks Unit of the FBI laboratory as a physical science technician and then a physical scientist, and became a Firearms Tool Marks examiner. And then after 4 years in that position, I had an opportunity to go to the FBI the FBI Academy and become a special agent. That was in 2001. I've been a special agent since then, assigned to initially the Washington field office in Washington, D.C., and then I transferred to San Juan, Puerto Rico for 5 years, and I've been in Denver, Colorado since 2007.
What are your current duties at the FBI?
I'm currently assigned as the senior team leader of the evidence response team for the Denver division.
So could you just detail to the jury what the evidence response team does?
The evidence response team is the FBI's field evidence collection capability that's essentially like a crime scene investigator, is what we would be called in most agencies. ERT is responsible for all evidence collection in FBI investigations, all crime scene investigations, and then we also work with our state and local partners to assist them on crime scenes as well.
Now, on August 25th of the year 2021, did you travel with your team to the location of his body?
Yes, I did.
Now, who drove to this location?
So I drove along with a couple of a special agent and a San Antonio detective and the victim's mother. And then my team drove separately, and I pre-stationed them at Berthoud Pass because we had information that the body recovery was going to be in a location close to Berthoud Pass, which is in the mountains of Colorado. So I pre-staged them there, and then I drove with the victim and those two other law enforcement investigators to try to locate the site of the body recovery.
So what road travels over this pass?
US Route 40 travels over Berthoud Pass. So we were approaching Berthoud Pass from the south, and we crossed Berthoud Pass, and we're going down in the northbound lanes down the other side, the north side of Berthoud Pass.
So how long did it take you to find the location?
Initially, we went over the pass. The information we had used to look at Google Maps with the description of a pullout where the body had been dumped up on the northbound lane of Route 40 that looked like a pretty good candidate. We drove down that northbound lane going down from the pass. And when we passed that location, the victim's mother, who was with us, did not give any verbal indication to stop. So I didn't react. I continued driving until we got down pretty far from the pass to the opening for a ski resort, the Winter Park Ski Resort there. At that point, we had a quick discussion that we had gone too far. So I turned around, drove all the way back up to Berthoud Pass, and then drove back down because that was the direction that pulled off. And on that second pass, that turnoff that had kind of two sections to it that we had noticed on the Google Maps. At that point, the victim's mother indicated to pull over there. So I pulled off the road.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Legions of France, I'm going to show you what's previously been identified and admitted into evidence as State's Exhibit. State's Exhibit 10. You recognize this?
Yes, that is the pull off from the northbound lane of Route 40 that I was describing.
Now, once you get there, what do you do next?
So as soon as I stopped the vehicle, I turned it off, I opened the door, and I can immediately smell the odor of decomposition. So based on the information that we already had, the victim's mother indicating it was this pullout and that odor, I felt pretty good that we were in the right area. But I wanted to do a quick inspection to see if I could locate the remains before I brought down the full team that we had pre-stage up at Berthoud Pass. So I went over the edge of the pullout. It's a pretty steep slope, but I was able to maneuver my way down that. And the information we had was that the body dump had taken about 10 minutes. So I started working my way down the slope. Since the victim was small, you could presumably carry it pretty far in 10 minutes, but I overshot. And I realized I had overshot because I could no longer smell the odor of decomposition. So I turned around and started working my way back up the slope, looking for any signs of disturbances, and of course, looking for any evidence or human remains. And as I did that, I started picking up the smell of decomposition again and followed that until I found some human remains of a small human.
And what, describe the location where the remains were?
They were over the edge on a steep slope, and the slope was pretty heavily vegetated, so there was a lot of brush and trees in that area. So it was pretty hard to see it until you were basically right up on top of it.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
I don't believe that the
Special Agent DeFrance, I'm
Thanks,
showing
Jerry.
you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 36, 37,
Yes, sir.
38,
Yes, sir.
39,
Yes, sir.
40, 41,
Yes, sir.
42, and 43.
Okay.
Do you recognize these photographs?
I do. These were photographs that were taken during the crime scene investigation of this body recovery.
Okay, and you have personal knowledge of all the contents of these photographs?
I do.
Do these photographs accurately represent the state of the body and the scene where it was found?
Yes, they do.
State moves to admit 36 through 43.
The running objection is overruled. States 36 through 43 are admitted.
Just a question, 1 second.
I knew there was one more sidebar in here and I didn't catch it. I was going to thank the defense for the running objection. Then they were like, never mind.
Just going to hand them the photographs.
So he's the last FBI agent, I believe.
So
And then we'll go to the doctor.
what was the state of the body as you found it that day?
When we found it, the body was pretty heavily decomposed and partially skeletonized.
So how do you go about removing the body and taking it back up to your vehicles?
Well, before we do anything to disturb the evidence, we're first going to spend quite a bit of time documenting the scene. So we would document, and we did document with photography, with laser scanning to get the three-dimensional aspects of the scene, and searching that area to make sure there wasn't any other evidence in the area. All that evidence would be documented before anything was moved. And we would make sure that those items were fully documented and preserved in the way that they were found.
And so what tool did you use to document the scene?
So in this case, it was primarily photography, sketching, and laser scanning.
And the laser scanning, we've already heard testimony from Special Agent Burrell, how that was done at the scene. What was your role in that?
My role in the laser scanning was that on scene, Special Agent Varel ran the laser scanner and collected the data. Later, I helped in processing that data. So the individual laser scans initially are individual sets of data that have their each individual coordinate system that they're operating off of. And the processing is a process where you take those individual sets of data and you marry them up, and it's called registering, to find where the data sets overlap to make larger data sets.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 44.
What do we have here?
We already have 44.
I thought it just went up to 43.
The Oscar introduced
Oh.
44 through 46.
Okay, let me.
I'm sorry, but that lawyer looks like he just woke up from a bender. I believe they show some of this stuff, Gabby. Obviously, they're not going to show anything that has Domenic in there. But I do believe that we show some of this. But I'm sorry. He just looks very sloppy. That attorney does.
Next one is 47.
We ran out of razors.
Showing you what has been now marked as State's Exhibit
47. Could you tell me what this is?
This is a SanDisk thumb drive.
Okay, and what are the contents of that?
I believe that this contains the products of the scan data.
Okay, so if you were to open that up, what would you see?
On there would be files that are images, which we call orthographic images, which are images taken from the scan data. There's a product called the Scene to Go, which is an interactive product where you can look at a scene initially from above and see kind of a plan view, an aerial view of that scene with icons that indicate where scans were taken, and you can move around that scene by clicking onto those scan locations. And then there's also a fly-through video of that 3D scan data.
Okay, do the contents of these scans, do they accurately reflect the crime scene or the scene of the body as you found it that day?
Yes, they do.
Do you believe they'll assist the jury in understanding where the body was located in relationship to the road?
I do.
Your Honor, state moves to admit State's Exhibit 47.
You snuck one in on me. George, I'm with you. They used to show more of the evidence, and then it's like they just thought we were just too fragile to see it anymore, I guess. I don't know, but I'm with you. It shows how brutal it is. It shows what people go through. Not too long ago, I think it was a trial out in Vegas, Court TV actually showed somebody who had been pow through the head. I've never seen it was shocking. And but there was no warning. I don't think they knew. I don't think they knew it was coming. I wonder who he's looking at.
The scene to go. You don't have to do all of it. Just show them.
Computer?
Oh, the mouse is right there.
Mr. Moore, you can
Oh.
back and agent, if you don't mind, as you're clicking on there, walk the jury through what you're clicking on. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I clicked on a file that starts the Scene to Go application. So that's what's coming up on the screen right now. So, wow. So we're now in the Scene to Go application. And so I'm going to click on this, which opens up this specific case that we're talking about here.
So, Agent, what are the dots on that image?
So what we're looking at here, it's very small at the moment, but I can zoom in on it, this is an overhead view of the scan data. What you're looking at in this data is millions of individual points that are recorded. For each scan, there are millions of points, and together it's a very large project. These are all points in 3D. And the moment we're just looking down from above, and then these icons indicate locations where a scan was taken. And if you see a circle with a number in it, that's a cluster of scans that are very close together. So it just indicates here, for example, where it says 11, that there are 11 scans that were taken in a very tight cluster around that circle.
Could you just click on one of the red dots?
So by clicking on the dot, it gives you some other options to view the data. So if we click on this one, we're now in a view where you have the scan data, but in addition to taking the scans, it also takes a 360-degree spherical image. So it's like you're standing in the location where that scan was taken, and you can look in different directions. So you can actually click and drag this. So this is up at the edge of the turnoff. Those are some of our trucks there. This is Route 40. And the location of the body recovery was roughly down in here. And I'm saying that because I see this cluster of scans And we took most of the scans around where the body recovery was because that was obviously the most important part of the scene.
And then there was a fly-through image, I believe, when you initially opened that up. Can you click on that?
I was thinking the same thing, Gabby.
What are we seeing here?
So this is a fly-through video. So this is taking that three-dimensional data, and we can actually move through it and then record it like a video, as if you were traveling through it in 3D. So should I go ahead and click to play it? Okay. So this will bring up a video.
I got the camera was like, whoa, just in case.
So this is showing the remains. It seems to have paused here.
Good talking, remain.
This is the little title screen. Doesn't seem to be playing very well. It's kind of herky-jerky, but you can see some of the remains here. This is the victim's leg. Over here is his head, which is a little hard to make out in this image. And as you can see, there's a lot of little dots in there, and that's all that scan data that's recorded. And it's all 3D data. This doesn't seem to be playing very well. Seems to be going a little bit smoother. Where we're coming in, you can see the trees that that are around and above the victim's remains. Again, it's a little hard to tell, and even from the photos that you saw, really blended into the terrain.
Now, there's some portions of the image that are, I guess, sort of gray spots. Can you explain why that is?
Yeah, those missing parts of the image are just areas that are essentially shadows where the scanner couldn't see. It's a line of sight instrument, so if it can't see it directly, it's not going to have any data for that. So if there's, for example, a tree that's in the way, what's behind that tree is going to be a void. So it seems to be having problems again.
Do you have any other questions about the video?
No, you can stop it, Special Agent. Go ahead and take a seat. I'm sorry, there's also a diagram there. Could you show the jury the diagram?
So these diagrams are what we call orthographic images. So they're taking, again, that scan data and just kind of taking like a snapshot from that scan data. So this is first one here. This shows from an angle, you can see this is the side of the mountain on the other side of the highway. This is US 40. Here's the pullout. And then here is the slope and where the remains were found. And then that again from an angled view. This is a close-up view of that. Again, the easiest thing to make out here is the leg. And this is the tree. His head was right near the trunk of that tree. And this is a water bottle that was a very large water bottle that was recovered near the body. And you can see where that dump site is, again, relative to the road. And this is the edge edge of the turnoff. And then this is a side view, so taking like a cross-sectional view through that three-dimensional scan data, so you can see the edge of the roadway or of the turnoff here, and this is the location of the remains. So measuring from the scan data, we know that he was about 44 feet down the slope, which is a vertical drop of about 25 feet and about 36 feet out from the edge of the slope. And this is just a closer up view of that. Again, all of this is from the scan data, and his remains are right here, which is indicated with the pink circle.
Now, you can go ahead and have a seat. If you were to look over the edge from the cutout, would you be able to view where the body was?
No, from the edge of the turnout, the body was completely obscured by the vegetation.
Now, what do you do once you've documented, you've done the photographs, you've done the survey, what do you do to remove the body?
So we reached out to the Grand County Coroner's Office. We have to work with the Coroner's Office to move human remains. So they responded to the scene as well. And we showed them where the remains were located. It was in a very difficult to reach area. It was pretty steep. And because of the positioning of the remains, the positioning of all the different parts of the remains, which were partially disarticulated, we're interested in keeping them in as close to that orientation as possible and get them to the medical examiner in that orientation. So we improvised kind of an envelope. So they had a semi-rigid board that we could use, and we made kind of a clamshell design, and we used that to slide under the remains and bring the remains onto that, again, trying to keep them in their orientation as much as possible, and then close that envelope on top, and then we taped that down so that there was pressure holding everything in place. And then we used that and the ropes that we had already set up to work our way back up the slope and keep that envelope as level as possible as we brought it up.
Okay, now, where did you take the remains at that point?
So at that point, the remains went into the custody of the Grand County Coroner's Office. And I next saw them 2 days later at the autopsy, which was conducted in Fort Collins, Colorado, at the Larimer County Coroner's Office.
So you were present for the autopsy?
Yes, sir.
Now, at the conclusion of the autopsy, was there a decision made as to where the remains would go at that point?
At the conclusion of the autopsy, I recommended that because his remains were primarily skeletonized, that they should be examined by an anthropologist. So the FBI laboratory has two certified forensic anthropologists in Quantico, Virginia. So the deputy coroner agreed that that would be a good next step. So the deputy coroner actually drove the remains to the FBI field office in Denver following the autopsy. And then I took custody of the remains at that point, and they went into FBI evidence to be later shipped to Quantico, Virginia for anthropological examination.
One of the other witnesses testified that some fly larvae were collected at the scene. What did you do with, did you do anything with the larvae?
Yes, there were two sets of larvae that were collected. One set was killed on scene to stop any development, and then a second set was collected alive. So all of that evidence went back to the FBI field office in Denver, but the live specimens we kept down in the ERT space. They were provided with a food source and they were allowed to mature and pupate and emerge as adult flies, so that we could send those adult flies to the entomologist for their examination. And after that had happened, those adult flies were euthanized by placing them into a freezer, and they were sent along with the preserved larvae, the maggots, to the entomologist for examination at Texas A&M University.
We have 5 minutes of silence.
Judge, permission to approach?
There we go.
Counsel.
Not that way. Do you notice how many we have FBI from all over the place, and they're sending things all over the place? It's kind of crazy. All right, come back so we can finish this guy up and then we'll get on to some doctors. George, I don't remember if it was you that was talking about the medical examiner, and I thought we wouldn't see one, but I do think we do see one. Not for very long, because I don't think there was much for her to look at. Because I recognized her yesterday, and it's the same one from...
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 48.
That's who she is.
Yes, sir.
What's on that exhibit?
So this is a photograph taken at the Larimer County Coroner's Office where the autopsy was conducted. And this is that improvised envelope that we had used to collect the victim's remains that I described. This is it before we opened it for the autopsy.
Does that accurately reflect, to depict and reflect the container that you created for the remains of Domenic Aguilar?
Yes, sir, it does.
State moves State's Exhibit 48.
Same objection, John.
Overruled.
All right, I don't think we're going to see it. Yes, so he was out in the mountains for a month, George. So then they talked about having to get bones and that sort of stuff. I'm not going to play the entomologist people. They weren't very long anyway, but sometimes I just don't want to talk about bugs.
It's 48, isn't it?
Okay, we have a running objection there.
Yeah, then you don't have to approach.
Permission to assist, Judge?
Yes. If the jurors are finished with the photographs, please put them back with the admitted evidence.
So what are we looking at here?
As I was describing, this is the envelope that we created. So again, it's kind of a clamshell design with a semi-rigid board that we have folded over. And that's what we slid under the remains and put his remains on, and then secured them between the two layers of that clamshell and taped everything closed to secure it.
Now, about how big are these boards?
That's about maybe 2.5 to 3 feet square.
Okay, so 2.5 to 3 feet on each side.
Yes.
And you were present when the box was opened at the medical examiner's office?
Yes, sir, I was.
There were a good number of fly larvae or maggots on the corpse at that time.
Yes, sir. During the collection, we did see maggots on and near the body. But when that envelope was opened up, there was a massive number of maggots that were present that had apparently been inside the remains and come out during transport and storage.
And have you've done evidence recovery for human corpses in the past?
Yes, sir.
Is it common for fly larvae or maggots to colonize a human corpse?
Yes, it is.
Ask the witness, Your Honor.
No question.
Thank you.
That's the end of the FBI agents. They didn't ask a single question of them. I agree, George. I'm surprised they didn't use a body bag to bring him up. That way you don't lose anything. But maybe they couldn't. Maybe they didn't have one. I don't know. Okay. Hello. Take this away. Bring this up, and this will start. This is past the bugged people. And then after this, we'll go to the one defense witness. And then we'll go to today. See where they are. Come on. Oh, I agree with you, Brian. It is natural. And it's fascinating to me how they know different types of bugs are here at this point or this, at this time. And it's a lot. It's lots of stuff. It's very interesting. I don't want to hear about it on a little boy. I just don't, who went through horrible things. I can't imagine, George. And that's why they have all these people, first responders, lawyers, police officers, mostly anybody in law enforcement, probably fire departments, firefighters, anybody that has to deal with stuff like this. They all have very dark senses of humor because you have to have it has to like go out somewhere. I'm getting there slowly but surely. Surely. Yes, they have to cope. And it's fine. They always apologize for it. It doesn't bother me because I'm in no way comparing this to that, but we watch a lot of dark stuff on here. The thing about us, we can turn it off. Ain't that the truth? Oh, Gabby. All right, let's do this. We have Dr. Michael Burson coming up, and then Dr. Angie Christensen, and then Dr. Burson's going to come back. And don't worry when you see 4 hours and 28-minute total time for this video. It's not that long. It's about an hour, I think, again, by the time we fast forward through everything.
Good morning, Dr. Burson. Could you state your full name for the record and spell your last name?
It's Michael Burson, Burson.
And what is your job?
I am a private practice forensic pathologist in Colorado, and I'm also an appointed coroner in Weld County, Colorado.
What is a forensic pathologist?
A forensic pathologist is a medical doctor who has specialized training in pathology, which is the study of disease, and more specialized training in the medical legal aspects of death and disease, which would be forensics. So I'm a medical doctor who practices forensic pathology.
So who are your patients?
Unfortunately, well, dead people.
And what education do you have to attain to be a forensic pathologist?
So the minimum for a forensic pathologist is a undergraduate degree, and then a medical degree, and then residency training in anatomic pathology, and then fellowship training in forensic pathology.
And so you do autopsies.
I do.
How many autopsies have you done?
Oh, it's over 5,000 at this point.
And how long have you been doing it?
I've been doing it for 14 years now.
And have you done autopsies on children?
I have.
Have you done autopsies involving blunt force trauma?
I have.
Did you do an autopsy in this case?
I did.
Are we up to 54?
55 is your next one.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
That'd be funny if the attorney went up there and in or out.
Who did you do an autopsy on in this case?
I did it on the remains of Domenic Aguilar-Acevedo.
Showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 55, State's Exhibit 56, State's Exhibit 57, State's Exhibit 58, and State's Exhibit 59.
Okay,
Do you recognize those?
I do.
Where were those pictures taken?
These were taken at the morgue facility where I performed my examination.
And do those pictures accurately represent the remains and articles of Domenic Aguilar?
They do.
Yes.
Hi, Barb. I didn't write these ones. I didn't write these down. Go me. He looks frozen. My apologies. I thought I had them all done.
To show you State's Exhibit 56.
Okay.
So what are we looking at there?
This is
Hi, Barb.
the remains of the decedent after they've been removed from the packaging they arrived in and laid out roughly anatomically on a clean sheet of plastic.
Okay, now, so when they arrived, how did they arrive?
They were essentially sandwiched between a piece of cardboard or plastic and wrapped in plastic sheeting and then sealed with duct tape to just kind of contain the remains from the site.
I'm showing you what's been previously entered as Exhibit 48. Do you recognize that?
I do.
Okay, and what is that?
That is the packaging that I just described that contains the remains.
And then exhibit, what are the remaining exhibits? What do these depict?
So these are articles of clothing that were also contained within that package admixed with the tissue and remains that I described previously. So this is clothing that's covered in dirt, debris, and insects.
What color is the shirt?
It's a blue shirt.
And the underwear is, what logo's on the underwear?
Batman.
You mentioned bugs on the clothing. When you initially opened the board sandwiched together, what happened?
I'm not sure I understand what happened.
Were there more bugs?
There are abundant bugs, maggots typically.
And how did they come out? Were they inside the body?
They were covering all contents of the package, the clothing, the hair, the extremities, the dirt. They're abundant.
So you mentioned, and I'm not going to show the picture, you mentioned in one of the exhibits you had taken the remains and sort of organized them on the table.
Yes.
What did you do after that?
Well, after we laid them out, I examined them roughly, just trying to account for what parts were recognizable, and then we X-rayed them.
In this case, were you able to arrive at a conclusion as to how Domenic Aguilar died?
Not conclusively, no.
And why is that?
Because I had so little of him to examine, and the condition of the body really limited my ability to see detail or evidence of injuries or natural disease.
So what would you need in order to arrive at a conclusion, to rule out disease or to rule out any particular injury?
Well, ideally an intact, non-decomposed body, but at minimum, having soft tissue where the injured tissue is still present to look at, or even intact, even partially decomposed organs would allow me to look for natural disease or injury. So the presence of tissue would have been very, very helpful.
I'll pass the witness this time. No question.
Thank you, Dr. Person, you are excused.
Judge, we are going to recall him after our next witness. I don't believe it'll be long. We do have a few more questions.
Okay. Then subject to recall.
Thank you.
And you know what, George? I'm with you there. And even if he didn't do this, he's sitting there emotionless, looking at all this stuff. He just looks at it like it's nothing. I don't understand that. If you didn't do it, would it not still just horrify you that that's what you've been accused of? And you just sit there. You're just stone-faced. And I know they're present. Don't show emotion, this, that, and the other. How could you not? I don't get, I know he wasn't his parent, but she was, and she didn't hardly show any emotion. And it's a little boy.
Dr. Christensen, please state your name and spell your last name for the record.
Yes, my name is Angie Christensen, and Christensen is spelled Christensen.
What do you do?
I am a forensic anthropologist with the FBI laboratory.
And so what is a forensic anthropologist?
A forensic anthropologist is someone who studies human skeletal remains or material that may potentially be human skeletal remains.
And were you sent human skeletal remains in this case?
Yes.
Who sent them to you?
These were received, I'm not sure exactly who mailed them. I think they may have come from the medical examiner's office.
And the remains you received, were they identified at that point?
Yes.
And who were they the remains of?
If I might be able to refer to my notes so I get the name.
Yes.
Okay. They were identified to me as belonging to Domenic Aguilar.
So when you do an examination of remains,
Can you go over with the jury how that looks?
Yes, well, it depends. The examination, or the anthropological examination, depends in part on the amount of skeletal material that's present. In this case, there was still some soft tissue that was decomposed and adhering to some of the skeletal remains or bones. This I removed in the laboratory so that I could examine the bone surfaces directly. In this case, my examination also involved looking at the bone surfaces visually, using a microscope, and also using radiology.
So when you say visually, you're just talking about putting them on a bench and
just examining them with the unaided eyes.
And then the microscope is?
The microscope is just a tool for looking at things up close or magnified.
And then what is the other instrument you said?
Radiologically, so that means using x-rays.
And what are you looking for when you're doing examination?
It depends on the case and the nature of the request. Sometimes anthropologists are helping in the identification process, so trying to figure out to whom the remains might belong. In this case, the remains had already been identified, and I was asked to look at the skeletal remains for possible signs of trauma.
And then, so what are you when you're looking for signs of trauma, what is it you're looking for?
I'm looking for any disruption to the bone that may have come from an outside force.
What is the term remodeling? What does that mean?
Remodeling is a term that refers to bone that is undergoing typically a healing process, or it also occurs during growth and development, but typically it's seen in the healing process when a bone is fractured.
So if I fall and break my leg, you look at my bone, how is it going to appear?
When a bone is broken, the body immediately starts the healing process. And one of the first things the body does is lay down what's called a soft callus. So this is the production of loosely organized bone that the body lays down very quickly in an attempt to repair that fracture and join those fractured pieces back together. Over time, that soft callus is remodeled into a hard callus that looks much more like regular dense bone, but usually appears as a bump on the bone surface. With enough time, that bone is remodeled back to its original shape.
So are there different stages in this process?
Yes, so the initial stage is that soft callus formation. That is typically seen within days to weeks of when the fracture occurred. Hard callus formation is typically weeks to months after that fracture occurred, and typically the final bone remodeling to its original shape takes months to years.
So when you say days to weeks, are you ever able to be more precise than that?
Not really, because fracture healing depends on a lot of variables, including which bone was broken and how severely, the age of the individual, their health status. All these things affect how quickly a fracture heals, so it's not possible to be more precise.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 60. Actually, I'm just gonna stack this. 60 through 80. Just take a minute, go through those, tell me if you recognize them.
Just muting her while she slides those around by the
These,
microphone.
or what are these pictures of?
These are photographs that I took during my examination documenting healing fractures.
Do these bones, do they accurately show the remodeling process that you just detailed?
Yes.
And if you look at them, can you see the physical phenomenon that you were talking about?
Yes.
Right. And these pictures accurately reflect the bones of Domenic Aguilar as you examine them?
Yes.
Any questions?
Sidebar. Yeah, our power went out Monday after all the storms had been through and it was a sunny day. Just went out. So that's probably why mine is not behaving itself today. Been trying to deal with it. Hopefully the stream hasn't been horrible. It was very weird how our power went out Sunday. And I told my husband, if we were on a ghost adventure show, they would have said we had poltergeist in our house. Because it started in one light and went to another light and went to another light, and then all three of the lights, and then it all just went down. It didn't just go out like that. It was like what you would see on TV if somebody was in the electric chair. It was very, very weird. But it was a big outage, so there's no ghost in my house. At least not then. Come on. I apologize for not having these. I don't know why I don't, because I have so much. I have all the times written down. I just don't have the sidebars.
What are we looking at here?
This is the mandible or lower jawbone. And depicted there is a fracture along with some soft callus formation.
Your Honor, may the witness step down?
Yes.
Can you just,
As long as you remember to face forward when you answer so she can hear you.
Okay, I will. Thank you.
can you point to the jury what you're talking about?
Yes, so this is the fracture in the mandible here. And this kind of spongy looking bone here is that soft callus formation as part of the healing process.
Can you hand her a microphone? The one of the house mics, the big ones.
The big ones? This
Yeah.
one? Oh.
Much better.
Who are we looking at here?
This is also the mandible or lower jawbone. This is a different fracture. This is the fracture lying here, and all of this spongy looking bone is the soft callus formation.
Here, what do we see?
So he did have a broken jaw. Do you imagine how much pain that little boy was in for however many days after he broke his jaw? He probably couldn't have had pizza if he wanted it while she sat there and ate it. You know, the sad thing is, and I will stop pausing it. She, I think, has been sentenced. So she's only going to serve up to 15 years. She didn't even get as much time as Katrina Mendoza. She may have been less. Katrina Mendoza had, I think she admitted basically to some abuse, to put it kindly. This woman did not. And Domenic looked happy in the pictures that they've shown with her before Daniel entered the picture. So I don't know that I believe that she was abusing him before this, during this, but she didn't save him. So I guess 15 years. I don't know.
This is that same fracture picture, just from a different or more macroscopic view.
So can you kind of let the jury know where here is that fracture?
Those are two different fractures. This one is on a part of the bone called the ascending ramus, which is the part of the mandible that goes up to meet your cranium. This fracture here is on the front, about right here.
What are we looking at here? Oh, sorry.
Please make sure you reference an exhibit number.
Okay, we're looking at State's Exhibit 68.
This is a picture of the left and right clavicles or collarbone and left and right scapulae or shoulder blades.
Did you find a fraction on this one?
There was a fracture on one of the scapulae, yes.
We're in State's Exhibit 67. What are we looking at there?
This is a fracture line here, and you can see some of that remodeling bone or soft callus.
Now, you may have said this, your scapula, what part of the body is that?
Scapula is also called a shoulder blade.
This is State's Exhibit 73. What are we looking at there?
This is an image depicting the hip bone, and in children, many bones start out in multiple pieces that eventually grow and fuse together as the child grows. The hip bone starts out in 3 pieces, and these are 3 pieces each of the left and right hip bones.
This is State 72. What are we looking at there?
Those are the left and right ischia, and those are one of the 3 parts from the previous photograph. And this is showing that on parts of the ischia, there's remodeling or soft callus formation.
So where on a human being is this part of the body?
The ischia, you're sitting on it. It's the part of your hip bone that makes at the very bottom of your pelvis.
And what's the nature of this fracture here?
These are fractures where this bone would meet up with another part of the pelvis where they're not joined together by a bony junction yet. They're probably held together by cartilage. That fracture is at that junction.
What are we looking at here?
These are the left and right ribs depicted here and here, as well as some fractured rib fragments that are not joined to the other parts of the ribs.
Okay. And what did you observe on these fractures?
These fractures also, the way they're depicted, were in close-ups in other pictures, but there's soft callus formation on the ends of these broken ribs.
So I'm going to show State's Exhibit 76. What are we looking at here?
This is one of those actually this rib shows 2 fractures here, one of the ones on the end with that spongy soft callus. There's also a fracture here surrounded by soft callus.
So, and again, the soft callus is indicative of?
It's the bone remodeling process as the bone is beginning to heal.
State's Exhibit 77.
This is, again, one of those broken rib fragments, but one of the pieces that's broken away and not joined to the other part of the rib.
And then you see the remodeling on this one.
Yes, the picture is a bit blurry, but all of this kind of spongy looking bone is the remodeling.
State's Exhibit 78.
Similarly, this is a fractured end of a rib and the soft callus formation.
79.
This is the same fractured end here and soft callus formation here.
And 80.
The same. I believe the end of the rib is just out of the picture there, and this is all soft callus.
You can have a seat, doctor. So in order for bones to have the soft callus tissue, when does the injury have to occur?
This means that the injury occurred prior to death.
So there's a term, I don't know if you've used it yet, perimortem.
Perimortem refers to trauma that occurred at or around the time of death. These fractures that we just looked at are what's called antemortem or before death. And we know they occurred before death because we can see the body's response in that beginning of the healing process.
And you said earlier, we were expressing in general terms, but in terms of a time frame, these injuries here, when did they occur?
Soft callus formation is generally within days to weeks after the fracture occurred, but I can't be more precise than that.
A couple more questions. Did you examine I know the jaw is part of the skull, did you examine the rest of the skull?
Yes, I did.
Did you find any fractures there?
I did not find any fractures on the cranium, no.
And how did you do that examination?
I examined it visually, microscopically, and I took a CT scan of the cranium, which allowed me to look for whether I could see any fractures that were internal to the cranium that I couldn't see on the outside.
Absolutely, Your Honor.
So it's fair to say, if I understood you correctly, that at or around the time of death, there's no evidence of any injuries, correct?
I didn't find any, no.
And it's also fair to say that your report says the antemortem trauma, what you were talking about with the ribs and the fractures on the ribs and other parts of the body, that timing is undetermined according to your report, right?
The timing is undetermined, that's correct.
And the reason it's undetermined is, to be fair, everyone heals differently from injuries, right?
That's correct, yes.
So instead of days, it could be weeks, months. We just don't know on a particular individual because everyone heals differently, right?
Everyone does heal differently, but soft callus formation is that early part of the healing process and is typically seen within days to weeks. Hard callus formation, which takes more time, is typically seen in weeks to months.
And so it's fair to say, once again, the antemortem trauma, what you talked about with the cracks on the ribs, the jaw, the sternum, anywhere else, we don't know. It's undetermined, right?
It is in the early stages of healing.
It's a yes or no. It's undetermined, right?
The timing is ultimately undetermined, yes.
And so when you are looking at these bones in your lab, you're taking notes at your bench, right?
Yes.
And those are called bench notes. And those have been shredded, right?
No, I provided copies of my bench notes in Discovery.
No, ma'am, your handwritten notes were shredded, right?
I don't know that I took handwritten notes in this
Well,
case.
we don't have them, right? In other words, you didn't bring them with you today, did you?
I don't believe they exist.
I think you called it the circular confidential trash, right? You remember testifying on February 15th, 2024, right?
Yes, I said that in some cases, and I couldn't recall for this one specifically, I sometimes take temporary handwritten notations. I prefer to take my bench notes that are typed because I think it's easier to read and because I like to put photographs of what.
All I asked is if you brought your handwritten notes with you, did you?
I don't think there are handwritten notes for this
When you
case.
testified on February 15th, 2024, I asked you, are your handwritten notes still around? And you said no, right?
Part of that
You said no.
Part of that discussion was a hypothetical because I said I don't recall that I actually took any handwritten
Now,
notes in this case.
I'm showing you.
Finish her answer.
Oh, please finish, ma'am.
As I recall, you questioned me about the potential of the existence of any handwritten notes. And I said that my bench notes are electronic and that in some cases I might take temporary memory aids until I get to my computer to type up those notes, but that I wasn't certain that I did that in this case.
Anything else, ma'am?
No.
So I'm showing you page 100 of your testimony from February 15th, 2024. And what did I ask you, ma'am?
Are your handwritten ones still around?
And what was your answer?
No.
Did you qualify it?
No.
You just said no, right, ma'am?
That's correct.
And to be fair, what you just testified about in front of the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the bones on there, they're gone, aren't they? They've been cremated, haven't they?
Once I'm done with my examination, I return the evidence to the agency who submitted it, and I'm not sure what happens to the evidence after that time.
You have not spoken to any other agents in the Bureau, the agent mail yet? Any other agents about them sending that body back to SAPD, or SAPD saying, we don't want it, we're sending it to the funeral home for cremation? You didn't ask anyone about that?
I'm not personally responsible for shipping evidence once I'm done with my examination, and what the funeral home does with the remains is beyond my control.
Not very fair, the funeral home cremated it before we had a chance to look at it, is it?
I can't speak to that. That's not my responsibility.
And you didn't take any microscopic slides, did you, ma'am?
There was no purpose for taking microscopic slides in this
Yeah.
case.
Yes or no? Did you take microscopic slides? Yes or no?
No.
No further questions, John.
Redirect.
Just briefly, the stages of remodeling, the first one is the soft callus.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And then after that, you said hard callus?
Yes.
Did you find any of that on the bones?
No.
And then hard callus, you said with soft callus, you're talking about days to weeks.
Yes, correct.
Hard callus, what is the? time frame?
Typically around weeks to months.
And then what's after the hard callus?
Fully remodeled bone, typically months to years following fracture.
Are you able to identify if there was a previous fracture that had fully healed?
I wouldn't be able to see that, no.
When you say there was no need to do a microscopic slide, could you explain?
Yes, microscopic slides are only used in anthropological examinations in my laboratory for determining human versus non-human origin. Histological slides, so I mentioned that I use microscopy, which is just using a microscope to look at a close-up view of the bone. Histology is something different, and that involves making a very thin section of a tissue or material, mounting it on a glass microscope slide, and looking at that under a microscope. That procedure of mounting the material onto a slide is destructive in nature, so we try not to do it unless it's absolutely necessary, and we only do it for determining whether that bone is human or non-human in origin. In this case, there was no reason to do histological slides.
So at the conclusion of your examination, how many photographs do you have? We've seen plenty here. How many photographs?
I'm not sure. I think there were close to 100 specimens submitted, and I did photograph everything, but sometimes as groups, so there'll be multiple bones pictured in a single image, but I photographed everything.
And you did some imaging as well?
What type of imaging are you?
On the cranium?
Yes, I did a CT scan, and a CT scan is just it's a bunch of x-rays that are stacked together by a computer to make a three-dimensional x-ray.
So if anybody wanted to review your work, they would have lots of imaging photographs for the report?
Yes, all of my imaging as well as the data from the CT scan were provided in Discovery.
Absolutely.
You looked under a microscope to look at these injuries in more detail and closer view, right?
Yes, that's correct.
But an expert that I would like to have look at those bones, they're gone, and he or she could not do that, could he or she? Right?
I guess not, no.
I'm sorry?
No, I guess not.
No further question.
Is there? It should be excused.
Yes.
Thank you, Doctor. You are excused.
Well, considering that was the first time we've heard the defense ask questions in 6 witnesses, and I can tell you I saw 3 yesterday he didn't ask any questions that I didn't bore you with today because they were very short. And I would agree with him in some cases. Like in Matthew Moore's trial, they did not get a chance to, or maybe they did. I don't remember if the defense got a chance to examine his wife's body, and that it would have been very important for them to be able to do so. But in this case, What are you going to say? He didn't have all those broken bones? They weren't all healing? It happened when they rolled him down the mountain? Which one makes that better? I mean, good for you. You asked a question. Or, you know, you did something. But what did you think you were going to find? His response would be, we don't know because we didn't have a chance to look. I don't know. In this case, I don't feel sorry for him. Yes. They're doing the same thing that happened in the Ruiz trial. And I saw on another channel where that same lawyer tried to get Judge Boyd off of that trial. And she was mad because things were being put up on YouTube. And she was super mad. And she was in the same condition she was in when we saw her. She is whatever she is. But yeah, she was pulling shenanigans long before we saw the start of her shenanigans, and Judge Boyd was not having it. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that's what she said. I'm not responsible for him. That was a good answer on her part. But I just don't know what seeds you're gonna. Like I said, what's your better outcome? He hiked up in the mountains by himself and fell. Like, what is the defensive? That would, I guess if I was a juror, that would be my question in my mind of what is your better outcome? Yes, apparently he was cremated. Which I didn't know. I hope whatever happened to him, that they did not take him back to Colorado. I hope somebody has his ashes or whatever that cares about him. All right, so Dr. Burson's coming back.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next witness?
Dr. Burson.
Yeah, I just don't think. Like I said, Sarah, in other trials, I would understand that the defense would be very unhappy if they did not have a chance to examine the body. In this one, I just don't know where they're going. I just don't know where they would go. And maybe, he didn't either, but he had to ask questions. So good on him.
Yes.
The collar still sucks. You thought maybe he went to the bathroom and he would have fixed it.
Dr. Burson.
Yes.
At the conclusion of your autopsy, was a decision made to send Dominic's remains to a forensic anthropologist?
Yes.
Why? Do medical examiners or pathologists, do they work with forensic anthropologists?
Yes.
And in what sort of circumstances would you want to collaborate with the forensic anthropologists?
Well, unfortunately, we do it often. If we have skeletal remains that we need to have examined for evidence of injuries that may help us determine a cause of death, or for identification purposes. So skeletal remains are often encountered by the community, and they come to our office, and then we will send them off to an anthropologist routinely.
Permission to approach, Your Honor? Publishing States Exhibit 60. When is this year?
This is a photograph of the mandible from the decedent in this case.
What jumps out at you?
There's a fracture on the left front portion of this mandible.
All right, now, I guess just to be clear, you can't, when you see an injury, you can't ever determine exactly what caused that injury as a pathologist, can you?
No, we usually just attribute it to blunt force.
Okay, so when you say blunt force, what are you referring to?
A blunt object of some sort struck an individual, or an individual struck a blunt object. A force was applied in that area that resulted in a fracture.
All right, now, is this bone here, this is the jawbone, is it a hard bone?
Very hard.
And when you say force, can we, is this just any force?
It's a significant force.
Significant force, okay. In your experience as a medical examiner, pathologist, can this be caused by striking someone with a closed fist?
I have not personally encountered that, but that would be a blunt force.
Looking at States Exhibit 73, what do we see here?
So these are the bones of the pelvis of the decedent.
In the pelvis, where's that?
Your waist, at the bottom of your spine, the top of your legs join it. It's a complex three-dimensional structure that supports our body and we sit on.
So if someone were to put a child on a bed and strike them, and in their words, on their bottom or their butt, is this the region they'd be striking?
Well, a portion of it, it would be, I don't know specifically how these bones are laid out, but the back portion of the pelvis has two little ring portions that I believe are on the lateral aspects or the sides of that picture. And yes, being struck on the bottom in that area would definitely impact the pelvis, specifically the area called the ischium.
Showing you what's been marked as States Exhibit 72 and previously admitted. What are we looking at here?
This would be close-up views of that area, the ischium of the posterior or backside of the pelvis.
Okay, so when someone were to use the expression bottom or butt, is that what we're talking about here?
That would be the bony portion of the bottom or butt that we are all sitting on right now.
And then showing States Exhibit 75. What are we looking at here?
These are ribs from the decedent.
Have you reviewed Dr. Christensen's report?
I have.
And you've looked at the photographs and imaging that she did?
I looked at the photographs. I did not analyze the imaging.
How would you describe the fractures in this case?
Well, I can only go by what she wrote, but the fractures that are described are of most significance to me. They're multifocal. They include various parts of the body that are on different areas of the body.
So as a pathologist, why is that significant?
So when we describe fractures, and I've already said that's attributed to blunt force trauma, which means that some blunt object strikes an individual or an individual strikes a blunt object. If an individual was to fall from a height onto their buttocks, they may sustain these injuries. But the individual wouldn't simultaneously sustain injuries to their mandible or their jaw. So one of the underlying features of non-accidental trauma is injuries to multiple portions of the body on different body surfaces, because those typically can't occur simultaneous from one event. So the fact that here we have fractures distributed across the decedent's body illustrates or supports to me a conclusion of non-accidental trauma.
You said you've done.
Josh, maybe a question.
This guy. Fix your collar, sir. Also, he smiles a lot when testifying about these horrible things. Did you see him just sit back up? Get out. This is a long break. And this guy never returns. So I don't know. What the objection was, but yeah. He's gone now. Rest in peace. Fix your collar. All right, then they go to lunch and all that good stuff. And then we have one more state witness. She's the one you should recognize if you watch the Ruiz trial. Oh, and also it just starts back. So that's why I'm just kind of letting it get there. Yeah. Well, I hope if he did have a concert to get to, he fixed his collar. He probably got in his car. He probably got.
Those are non-natural deaths or unknown deaths. As a medical examiner, we perform those investigations, including autopsy examinations, to determine the cause and the manner of death.
How many autopsies have you done?
Thousands.
And what education do you have to be a medical examiner?
I attended and graduated from the University of Texas at Austin with a degree in mathematics. I then attended and graduated from the University of Texas Health Science Center Medical School here in San Antonio. I completed my internship in family medicine at the University of Arkansas in Fort Smith, Arkansas. I then returned to San Antonio to complete my training in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology, and am board certified by the American Board of Pathology in anatomic, clinical, and forensic pathology.
How many times have you testified in court?
Many.
Have you done autopsies on children?
Yes.
And in addition to testifying about cause of death, have you testified here in San Antonio about what we call serious bodily injury?
Yes.
Now, you did not perform an autopsy in this case, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that's because you perform autopsies on bodies where the deceased is found here.
Correct. The jurisdiction of a medical examiner lies in where the death occurs. So we are able to investigate any death that occurs within Bexar County.
Did you review any reports in preparation for your testimony?
Yes.
And who authored the reports that you reviewed?
There was an autopsy report performed and authored by a Dr. Michael Burson, and an anthropology report performed and authored by a Dr. Angie Christensen.
And as a medical examiner, do you sometimes rely on the opinions, conclusions, observations made by forensic anthropologists?
Yes.
Have you ever ordered forensic anthropology at the conclusion for your autopsies?
Yes.
And have you reviewed the photos of the bones in this case?
The ones that were supplied within the forensic anthropology report. Yes.
Now, you talked about being familiar with serious bodily injury. Do you believe that the bone fractures in this case are consistent with
with serious bodily injury.
Judge, an expert's opinion is admissible even if it embraces the alternate issue that Rule 703 or 704. Which one off the top of my head?
I'm not talking that kind of conclusion, Your Honor. I'm saying jury determines if it's SBI or not. If she testifies what the effect of the damage was, jury decides if it's SBI or not.
Sustained.
Sorry, I should say hi to Hamilton. Haven't seen you in forever. I was just thinking about you yesterday. Wondered where you've been. How you were. There was a lot of verbal gymnastics there, Sarah, that the closed captions couldn't even keep up with. It was just like JTBI. Whatever. I don't know.
What effects can untreated rib injuries have?
So rib injuries, I'm going to use as rib fractures. So an untreated rib fracture, a rib fracture in general usually results in pain. There's a lining called the pleural lining that surrounds the rib, doesn't surround, but is along the side of the rib. And it's has a lot of nerves in it, right? So you can feel a good deal of what your ribs are doing. So rib fractures usually result in pain, and that would be pain with, say, breathing. So inspiration, when your lungs, when your chest wall kind of expands, it would cause pain. It would also cause pain if with, say, coughing or expectorating, which is where you're trying to get things that don't belong in your lungs out of your lungs. And so when you're not doing those things as well, you're not fully breathing and you're not fully getting things out of your lungs that don't belong, that can lead to pneumonia, which is an infection in the lungs, which is then kind of even more difficult to treat, again, because of the fractures.
Now, there's also evidence of the pelvis, it's the bone there.
The ischium?
What are some ways that fracture could impair the child's bones?
I apologize. I'm just making sure it's the ischium and not the ilium. I want to make sure I'm correct. Yes, it's the ischium. So pelvic fractures, again, the pelvis is the bones that make up the kind of bottom of your abdomen, and it's where the muscles of the legs and the buttocks all insert, right? As well as the bones of the abdomen. So pelvic fractures, again, can be painful. And because of the muscles and tendons that insert into these bones, the way that that could manifest or show would be difficulties walking, maybe limping because of the pain. Again, difficulties breathing. I know that seems strange, but the abdomen actually has a lot to do in how we breathe. Those muscles go in and out when we breathe, as well as our chest. And so that can also be, depending on where the fractures are, that could also be painful. So the main manifestation of the pelvic fractures would be pain, and that pain could then affect, again, other functions like walking or movement or potentially even breathing.
There's a fracture in the jaw. How would you characterize that fracture?
There is a fracture. There's actually, I believe, two fractures of the jaw. One that appears to show more healing than the other. But these jaw fractures, I would say, are significant and certainly can also affect the functioning of the jaw. The jaw's job being mainly eating, or what we call masticating, chewing the food. And so when you have a fracture of the jaw, it can certainly affect whether or not you're eating appropriately, You likely want to eat only soft things that don't require a lot of chewing. But in addition, whenever you have a fracture of the jaw, there's a great deal of bacteria that lives in our mouth. And so when those fractures aren't treated appropriately, it can lead to infection in that bone. That's not uncommon for that particular complication to occur, in which case that infection can then lead to even more pain, even more difficulty eating, could even be long-term effects from that. But it can also lead to that infection getting into the bloodstream and causing what we call sepsis, where you're very, very ill, or even getting into the cranial cavity where the brain is, causing infection there as well.
Can any of the injuries that you're talking about, can they lead to death?
Yes.
Commissioner, approach your arm. With counsel.
Sidebar. Yeah, Bon, it is disgusting. I saw that video again yesterday. I don't remember who they played it for. It may have been his ex-girlfriend for some reason, the mother of his children. And I guess I missed it the first time around when he grabbed his arm and, yanked him all the way down the stairs. He ended up on the floor. I don't know if he threw him down there. I couldn't tell, but I didn't realize that he fell. He fell again at the bottom of the stairs. And the mother did nothing. She didn't rush over to help him up or rush over to protect him in any way. And Samantha, which is the mother of his children, she was tearing up watching that. And I'm like, and they did nothing. They didn't have any tears. Sarah, they're pointing the finger at each other. So the defense is pointing, they're saying the mother did this. She's saying that Daniel did this. And I can tell you one thing that Samantha she said yesterday that does go with what Nickolle said, was that their discipline styles were very different and that Daniel was hands-on and Nickolle was not. So it goes to show what Nickolle said. Nickolle said that herself, that that they had, I don't know if they argued about it, they had spoken about it, that their discipline styles were very different, and he was going to discipline Domenic. And again, she did nothing. So she deserved charges in this. She got 15 years, whatever, or up to 15 years. I think had she never met this man, I don't think she would have ended up where she was. I'm not making excuses for her, but the pictures beforehand and the pictures and what happened are just so different. I don't understand why she didn't stand up for him. I don't get it. Like, this guy ain't worth it. Geez, Hamilton, that's horrible. I agree, Bon. He did it. She let him. They're both guilty. I completely agree. I don't understand why she didn't protect him. It's kind of like that, the case here of Kinsley, who was locked in the closet from November to when she passed away, was 5 years old again and weighed less than she did at 3 years old, 2 years old, something like that. And the boyfriend didn't tell on the mother and her mother, so the grandmother, because he loved his girlfriend too much. So he just let that little girl sit in that closet. I know my stomach's growling, I'm eating. And pass away. A horrible, horrible, horrible death. So once we get caught up, Sarah, because they're deliberating now. So if we have time, I'll go find the video. It's tough. It's tough. That little boy. Because I believe that was one of the times where he came out and had a face mask on, like, COVID stuff, but nobody else did. And it's probably because his jaw was broken at that time and he was bruised. Yep, Hamilton, can't say it any better. That's perfect. And I don't understand it at all.
In this case, what's the nature of the rib fractures?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Like, I guess there's not a doctor, so if I say something wrong, correct me as fast as you can. There are different types of fractures. Like there's some that are hairline, pinpoint fractures, and some that are more severe. Is that correct?
There are different types of fractures, yes.
Permission to approach, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Been previously entered. I think you're on the right page. What are we looking at here?
It's a photograph of ribs.
And we're looking at, let me just see that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We're looking at State's Exhibit 75.
Correct.
Okay, so are those like hairline fractures?
So in this particular photograph, you're looking at intact ribs as well as rib pieces. The fractures are not necessarily well delineated in this particular photograph, although they are in other photographs. But the fractures, as described in photograph, are fractures at the ends of the bones. So it's harder for me to answer that question about hairline displaced, as well as some fractures within the bones. And the reason it's harder for me to answer that is because they're all healing. So a hairline fracture is a fracture that's essentially across the bone and doesn't displace, doesn't move, right? Versus we can have a displaced fracture where the bone fractures and then it offsets and moves. So what we see in this case are fractures where the bone is still together. So it could be a hairline fracture, but it's healing. So what that fracture originally looked like is more difficult to say They now look more like hairline, but were they like that originally? That would be a difficult conclusion because, again, it's healed or healing, let me rephrase. And when the body tries to heal, it tries to put things back together in the original way that it was.
Okay. And when you say it's healing, what does that tell you about when the fracture occurred?
It occurred sometime prior to death because there's time for healing. So fractures that occur at or near about the time of death obviously haven't had time to heal. So these would have had to have occurred prior to that.
That's the witness. Dr. Good to see you again.
Good to see you.
Fair to say some of these fractures could have been a month or so before time of death, right?
That's possible, yes.
Thanks. No further questions.
Really? A month? So, all right, that absolves him. Could have been a month before. Doesn't mean he wasn't. Let's not look at it the other way. If he was going through this for a month before. Come on. And I like this defense attorney. I don't. Well, I better make sure they don't ask. We've watched Hamilton. We watched this defense attorney in another trial. I don't know if you were here or not. I had to take it down. But he did a really good job. He won. It is not Judge Boyd. I don't remember her name. I wrote it down somewhere. It's in Judge Boyd's courthouse. Velia, Velia, Meza or Meza. I don't know. Meza is the name of the judge. But he's a good defense attorney. I thought he did a good job on that. That the other trial we watched him in, and I think I was glad. We were all glad that he won that trial. Let's see. I got to figure out where I'm going. Going right here. But I don't know what the point of him asking that question was, because it doesn't make it better. Unless that takes him, but that doesn't even take him out of the timeline, I don't believe. They weren't, I don't think they were, I I would love to tell you about it, Hamilton. But I cannot. I would tell you, he was found not guilty of if he would have been guilty, it would have been horrible because it would have been abuse of a minor and I guess SA of a minor. And she was not super believable, and I hate to say that. But his family is very well connected down there in Texas. And he got an attorney, and his attorney told me I had to take that down. They were basically clearing his name off the internet so that he could get on with his life. So I don't have it. And I can't say his name. Just out of my own protection. So I don't know if that, and I think he has maybe, I don't remember if he might even have a civil suit against that family. I'm choking myself. So, because they were still, talking about it. They still were running their mouths, I'm sure. And listen, I don't blame him for having it taken down. He is just starting out in life, and he doesn't need to be bogged down with this because he was found not guilty. So I don't blame him. But I did say after that happened that if it's not like a court TV thing or a law and crime thing or whatever, a big trial that's being covered, and we cover one of these smaller ones, like we did off of Judge Boyd's stream, that and they're found not guilty of something like that, I will take it down again, because not everybody can afford to go have a lawyer come and tell everybody you basically scrub their record. So I will do that out of fairness. Unfortunately, we haven't ran anybody else. So, or fortunately, I don't know. All right, one witness, and then we're going to close.
Defense, you may proceed.
You should
Good morning.
recognize.
Good morning.
Are you Dr. Lisa Watts?
Yes, I am.
You should recognize her.
ATTS?
Yes.
Could you please tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what you do for a living?
If you watched the trial I was just talking about, she was also the defense witness. Other than the defendant, she was the only defense witness. I am curious of what she's doing here. She made sense in that trial. Hamilton, when you watch it, I check every time. And usually twice. Make sure you have live chat clicked and not top comments. Make sure you have it clicked for all the comments. I don't know if that'll help or not, but I double check every single time I start a stream to make sure live chat replay is on.
Hi, good morning. I am a licensed clinical psychologist, and I specialize in both clinical and forensic psychology.
So when you say clinical psychology, is that seeing patients one-on-one in your office?
Yes, it is.
And forensic psychology, is that testifying in courts, either civil or criminal?
Yes, it is.
Real roughly, for how long?
Yay. Good Lord. Thanks, Bon. I about said it's Monday, but it's not. Hamilton, I would agree with you on most counts, but they're scrubbing everything. Even Judge Boyd had to take it down. So, I mean, they're searching, and wherever it is, it's even his preliminary hearings, like it's all, they had a list of what they had went to a judge, what motion they had filed and a judge had signed and approved of everything that had to come down. I didn't have everything in that list, thank goodness. But I mean, obviously mine was easy to take down because mine was all together. She had to go searching. Thanks for the trophy. You know, I wanted to start strong with my credibility this week. Well, could you guys hear her? Do I need to rewind her back so you can hear what she does? Oh yeah, I know Hamilton. It wasn't a big trial. It was just on Judge Boyd's stream. Nobody else. I didn't see it anywhere else. So I don't know. But I agree with you. And kind of once stuff's out on the internet, it's super hard to get it down. But I wasn't playing the game with him because he came in pretty hot with me. And I'm like, dang, all you had to do is tell me what you were doing and why. Like, calm down. All right, let's continue on with this doctor. Sorry, I was reading chat and was very distracted. I don't blame you guys, though. I blame myself. I wasn't paying attention.
How long have you been doing that?
Since 2000, November of 2000.
Have you testified for both the state and the defense?
Yes, I have.
Both plaintiffs and defendants?
Yes.
Where did you go to school? What's your background in education?
I have a master's and doctorate in clinical psychology from the Illinois School of Professional Psychology.
Are you a member of any boards?
I am currently a member of New Hope board in Kerrville, Texas.
Real roughly, how many times have you testified as an expert?
Over 80 times.
So my request is you look at the materials in this page regarding forensic interviewing, child development, and children's cognitive abilities.
Yes, I did.
Specifically on Danielle.
Yes.
And so how often, real roughly, do you conduct clinical interviews?
Several times a week, I'll conduct a clinical interview.
And what are the important considerations you look at when conducting an interview?
So to conduct a clinical interview, it's really important to use open-ended questions so you get the statement of the individual being interviewed as natural and kind of neutral as possible. It's also important for me to be cautious about using any type of leading or suggestive types of questions, again, because I want the most authentic response from the individual. And then to maintain a neutral disposition, because a lot of people will read, want or desire to please a person in authority.
Are there textbooks on this that you've reviewed in your experience?
Yes.
What are a couple of the textbooks?
Yeah. One of them is called Tell Me What Happened, and the other one is Jeopardy in the Courtroom.
By Sessi?
Yes.
Is that a recognized expert in this field?
Yes, it is.
You mentioned suggestibility. How is suggestibility a factor?
Well, it's a factor in this case because a child's memory can be influenced by people who they trust. And that can be counselors, or it can be parents, or it can be persons in authority, persons with a badge. And unfortunately, with suggestibility, a child can inadvertently make false accusations against somebody. And then the other reason that that's important is that when repeated interviews occur with an individual, that can also lead to some suggestibility that changes a child's memory over time.
How can interviewers create false accusations?
Well, an interviewer can create false accusations by their tone of voice, by their use of positive reinforcement, like saying good job, that's great, or by repeated questioning. That can also it can lead the person to believe that they didn't give enough information, they need to fill in details. It can also result in, I've already said, a child kind of being reinforced by especially somebody they trust.
Can repeated interviews affect a child's accuracy of memory or testimony?
Yes, it can.
How so?
Well, over time, especially this between the ages of 3 and say, I think 10 is the research. The longer a child goes through time, they rely on what's been told to them versus, or what they hear or what they perceive, or their own thoughts and feelings about an individual, and that can actually alter their memory and their recall.
Could you give us some examples of suggestibility of coaching?
Yes. So if a person talks about an individual in a negative light, even if it's within earshot, or if they talk about somebody as good or bad, or that somebody got really hurt, that those kinds of factors can lead a child to believe that now that individual, even if they believe they were a good person in the past, now might believe that they're no longer that way.
What is confirmatory bias?
Confirmatory bias is when an interviewer already has their mind made up about a situation or how things happened or how things went. And so their questions are guided towards finding confirmatory, about their belief system.
In your experience, which interview offers the most accurate information?
Well, there's a couple of things to say about that. One is when the interview is just using the open-ended questions, so it's mostly the child's or the individual, if it's an adult's response. And then the first interview has one, because it's closest to the incident typically, but it has the most reliable information.
So you mentioned coaching. What impact does coaching have on children?
If it's especially done with somebody that they trust, it can alter a person's recall and accuracy of that.
Now, I asked you to look at records in this case regarding Daniel Garcia, right?
Yes.
And what materials in general did you review in order to come to a conclusion?
So around the issue with Daniela's statements, I was able to review Dominic's medical records, the repeated interviews that were conducted with Daniela, Daniela's counseling records, Nickole's repeated interviews, jail recording phone calls between Nickolle and her mother, Surly, and then a letter that Nickolle wrote to Samantha that included drawings, and a letter to Daniela.
So regarding Daniela and her first interview, to whom did she give her first interview?
Child safe.
Do you remember what date that was roughly?
I do. I have that if I can get my notes. August 23rd of 2021.
Well, jumped out at you on August 23rd, 2021, that interview with Danielle. Well, actually, first of all, what is child safe?
Reproach objection.
What is your objection?
He's getting to hearsay outside this witness's qualifications.
She's an expert, Your Honor. She's relying on that for her expertise.
Right, she can rely on it, she can't repeat it.
Your Honor.
She can rely on hearsay, I agree, she cannot repeat the hearsay. Objection to hearsay is sustained.
So please tell us what, on that first interview, that led you to be important with Danielle.
Objection. Outside the court's ruling.
Sustained, so the expert cannot repeat any of the hearsay, but
Okay.
I think he's asking you something else.
In other words, the questioning you saw during the
Yes.
first interview, was it suggestive? Did it have
Right.
confirmatory bias? What was the questioning like that you saw in the first interview?
So in the first interview, it was conducted by Child Safe, and Child Safe is an organization where the interviewer is trained in using the type of techniques that are open-ended, neutral. They don't typically am looking for whether the child has been led to answer questions in a certain way. And so, the interviewer is using mostly open-ended questions.
And so in that first interview, did you think that the questioning by the child safe interviewer was suggestive at all?
No.
Without saying what she said, what was Daniela's general concerns or thoughts about her dad?
Ultra hearsay.
Without saying what was said.
And it's overruled.
Okay. There were no negative comments made at that time. There were positive. She described him in a way that would not be indicative of abuse.
For instance, during that first interview, how long did it last, roughly?
45 minutes.
And was that a normal, typical type child safe interview that you've encountered before in terms of length?
Yes.
And again, suggestibility, you didn't see any at all?
No.
Now, you recall that Daniela testified in this case, right?
Yes.
And gave a deposition in this case, right?
Yes.
And so, for instance, if you recall in the deposition that Daniela confirmed that she had lied when asked about whether Daniel had kneed Domenic or had thrown into the ground. Do you recall that part?
Yes, I do.
And you recall Daniela saying that she lied about those things, right?
Yes.
And so, in looking at suggestibility, confirmatory bias, what were your thoughts when you saw that Daniela admitted lying about things to Daniel?
Those kinds of statements at least raise questions about the accuracy of her statements.
In what way?
Well, a report of lying would indicate that something happened that she felt compelled to make those statements.
So as an example, please tell the jury about when Nickolle wrote the letter to Daniela.
Okay. So one of the documents that I reviewed was around the same time frame or prior to the May 17th deposition. Nickolle wrote a letter that had a drawing, a really very good drawing that said something like fearless. And it was also a very sweet letter that that was sent directly from Nickolle, directly to Daniela. And it's that kind of statement, like I think it was less than a month later after she received that letter that Daniela had another interview. And in that interview,
I don't object to assume facts not in evidence, Judge, but she received that letter.
Okay.
She's able to test as an expert, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
So there was a letter that had a picture of it, of a cartoon character, and the statements that Nickolle made were, "I miss you so much," very, again, kind of kind and sweet and good. And it's that kind of content that can also be a form of suggestibility, suggesting that she is a good person. Shortly after that is when there was another follow-up interview with Daniela, and that's when she made the first comment about, I don't know why Nickolle is in jail. She didn't do anything.
And that, how does that tie in suggestibility and confirmatory bias when Nickolle wrote that letter to Daniela and that picture of Daniela, and then resulting in Daniela's statement? How does that result in suggestibility?
Yeah. Well, the direct suggestion is that she is good. And
She being Nickolle.
She being Nicole, yes.
And that resulted in Daniela then telling the prosecution what?
Daniela then told prosecution that I don't know why Nicole's in jail. She didn't do anything.
What other instances of suggestibility did you see with Daniela in this case?
I saw, well, I'll just give another example that comes to mind is also in the deposition, the May 17th deposition, you were asking her if she, why she lied. And if she was, I think she said she was afraid. And then during that deposition, I'd have to look and see, but I believe it was Mr. Salinas asked or interjected and said, she said she was scared. But from my review of the deposition, she didn't say she was scared. So that is an example of the kind of suggestibility that can alter a child's her testimony, her description of events. So if she's been a person in authority says you're scared and that's what you're supposed to say, then that would alter your testimony.
So, for instance, in the August 2021 interview with Child Safe, Daniela said she felt safe with her mom, dad, and cousin. How does that factor into
Y'all need to stop talking over each other, please.
Need to finish the question.
But as soon as you went out of bounds, I was able to object.
You asked me again.
So, for instance, in the interview Danielle had with Child Safe, August 2021, she said she felt safe with her mom, dad, and cousin.
Mm-hmm.
How does that factor in your suggestibility analysis?
It was an open-ended question asked of her, and that's the answer she gave without it being directed in any way.
And the fact that she said she wasn't scared of her dad in that interview, did that change at all then during her other interviews and follow-up interviews?
Yes, it did.
And what did you see that indicated suggestiveness on her changing that outlook?
As I mentioned, I did review her counseling records, and within the context of the counseling records, I did note that the therapist would, and she documented that she provided narratives to the child or gave her examples of how one would feel when a given scenario happened. And so looking at the counseling records, it looks like there was some evidence of both suggestibility and coaching going on, even if it was not intentional.
The other example is when she wanted to know if her dad was okay. Did you see that statement change over time with different interviews?
Yes, I did.
What did you see with suggestibility?
So early on, Daniela wanted to know if her dad was okay. She wanted to be able to call her grandmother. She showed concern for him. She missed him. And then as the years and interviews went on, at one point, Daniela said that she no longer wanted to see her dad. And that her portrayal of him was that he was bad.
And then, for instance, her wanting to see her dad again, how did that change over time with the interviews that made you conclude that the suggestibility from your bodies had occurred?
There is interview there's interview that suggests that she is making statements that she no longer wants to see her dad.
So at my request, did you look at her school records?
Yes.
Did you see any behavioral concerns or reports at school?
No, I did not.
And what time period was that you looked at?
Double check on that. It's multiple years. It's over the course of multiple years that were provided.
2021, 2024?
Yes, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, yes.
Did you see any behavioral concerns during that Okay.
There were no incident reports or behavioral concerns.
And as an expert, what does that tell you that's important in this case?
That the child is doing well.
The Daniela's testimony in this case, okay, I'd like to direct you to that. So for instance, when she said she didn't remember when she last saw Dominic, that part of her testimony, what does that tell you about suggestibility and confirmatory bias in this case? As compared to her initial statements and then her statements in between, the change over time.
Her initial statements, she was able to describe activity that she was involved in with him and the last time she saw him.
And was it important to you that she didn't even remember going home with her mother from the hotel?
Yes,
Why was that important to you?
because she also remembers several other areas of, she does have a recall, and to say she doesn't remember, it again puts into question where some of the information is accurate and what information is inaccurate. And it's hard to tell what information is true and what information is inaccurate.
So as an example, the jury heard her testify, Daniela testify the other day. She was running up and down the stairs with Dominic, playing tag, swimming at the water park with Dominic while at this hotel, eating pizza with Dominic. Did that stand out as important to you in this case?
It did.
And why is that?
She gave that information just very, very freely. She was able to give detail about that information, and it is consistent with a formed memory.
She also testified that she lied to Mata on the video. What did that lead you to believe as far as suggestibility and confirmatory bias in this case?
It raises the question about what's accurate and what's inaccurate.
How so?
When she makes a statement about lying, we don't know what is true and what is not true.
A little bit about Nickolle and confirmatory bias. All right. Did you review, well, for instance, on the medical records for Dominic with canceled sick visits, what did that indicate?
Objection relevance.
Well, I'll tie it in, Judge, with your question. So is it important on confirmatory bias and suggestibility to see how the mother and child interacted over time?
Yes.
And why is that?
Because the opposite of confirmatory bias is to consider other alternatives.
And so by that, you mean something else could have happened, right?
Yes.
And so with the sick visits that you saw in the medical records, what did that indicate to you?
Objection relevance.
It's overruled.
May approach.
On relevance? I already know. It's overruled.
What did that indicate?
It's outside your expert qualification, shows objection.
That is overruled.
Behaviorally, when a parent misses multiple appointments, actually many appointments, it would be an indication of a parent's, at minimum, neglect of a child.
And so that ties in in 2018, Dominic ended up outside the home somehow, right?
Yes.
And what did you see about that?
In 2000.
Objection relevance, Judge. Talking about incidents in 2018.
Response?
She said she looks at that around form and her actually.
She's already stated that that's a stain.
For instance, when Dominic smoked marijuana.
Objection relevance.
Judge, she testified that she looks at these things on the past, the interaction between the mother and the child to determine if confirmatory bias exists in the case or not.
The stain.
How about the the physical condition of Domenic in 2019 with the, that you saw in the medical record.
Objection, relevance, and then we approach.
Overruled on relevance.
Objection, outside this expert's qualifications. About what happened in 2019 in regards to suggestibility, referring to Daniela. We're talking about Dominic's medical records. And it's outside the court's ruling.
It's not judge, you said she testified about her expert opinion in this area, dealing
The
with.
question was the physical condition of Domenic in 2019. What is the relevance?
Well, so in order for Dr. Watts to give a good opinion to the jury about Nickolle and her interaction with Domenic, we have to be able to show that whether or not confirmatory bias exists in the case or if there's another explanation. And so Dr. Watts looks at these in her expert opinion in testifying about confirmatory bias. So she said if an expert looks at this in order to form an opinion, it's done by experts in this area, and so she relied upon this in forming her opinion on the case.
Yeah, my ruling stands on relevance, it's overruled.
I'm sorry.
My ruling that it overruled relevance stands. I'm not changing that.
So with regard to outside her expert qualifications, are you sustaining that objection?
That's no. My original ruling overruling you is standing.
So you go ahead and answer.
Go ahead and answer.
So taking a look at the past medical records really kind of looks at what other opinion or what other kind of possibility could have happened. And the sick visits or the cancellations, and then the last one you asked me was, what was the other?
The physical condition of Domenic as far as in 2019 medical records on the open source one.
Yeah, and so that's the other, there's a pattern of behavior going on that could describe or could explain another option, that another opinion could be, or another possibility to explore could be that that Domenic was not well cared for.
For instance, Domenic was potty trained and then regressed, right?
Correct.
In 2019. What does that indicate to you as an expert in giving the jury an opinion on confirmatory bias or not being present?
When a child has a regressed behavior in toilet training, it often means, especially in light of everything else with the questions about the parental responsibility, it could indicate that there's evidence of abuse.
And, how does that tie in then with the mental health condition seen down in 2019?
The expressive and receptive language disorder, yes, that's another factor for a child who has been in some kind of trauma situation, is both language deficits or deterioration in language development, and combine that with the incaprices or regression in toilet training.
For instance, Domenic on language development, expressive language, was in the second percentile, right, in 2020?
Yes.
And what does that tell you when you testify, ladies and gentlemen, the jury about confirmatory bias?
That there was another alternative.
In what way in other words, what's the second percentile?
Second percentile means that 98% of the children his age had better language development than Domenic.
The language disorder, what else did you see about that?
It was categorized as severe. Also, there was recommendation that Domenic receive speech therapy twice a week.
And then there was testimony from Nickolle in this case that at the hotel she became so angry with Domenic that she hit him so many times and so hard with her hand that her hand hurt and she could, quote, feel the anger, unquote. What does that tell you in this case about confirmatory bias?
It's an example of the alternate, there's another explanation for what happened.
are there any other indicators that you saw in this case that helped you form an opinion as to vulnerability to suggestibility by agent?
I can't think of any.
Okay. And so did you come to an opinion as to Daniela's vulnerability to suggestibility?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
She, because of the all the factors discussed, that I do believe that she is a victim of suggestibility.
How about coaching?
Yes.
What was your opinion?
That the statements being made to her or around her altered her Daniela's statements over time.
Now, some people might ask, well, maybe, she started remembering things that she didn't remember before. People hear about delayed outcry, for instance, right?
Yes.
And so, were you impressed one way or the other with whether or not this was just delayed outcry or if this was suggestibility coaching?
Yes, my opinion is that it is a form of, or she's, her statements changed because of suggestibility, just given all of the other information we discussed and I reviewed.
I passed.
Thank you. Thank you. Proceed, Your Honor.
Sir.
So regarding that letter that you discussed, you don't even know if Daniela ever received that letter.
No, I do not.
You never spoke with Daniela?
No.
Did you ever interview Daniela?
No.
Okay. So we discussed about types of questions that are asked. Can you tell me what's a free-form question?
An open-ended question. It's just a question that is, tell me what happened is probably the most important open-ended question. So it doesn't have any directive statements with it.
And regarding children and their parents, or those that are typically complicated relationships, would you agree with that?
They can be, yes.
They can be, right? Because at one point, a child can be scared of their parent, and they could also still love their parent.
Yes.
We see it plenty of times in our relationships with maybe our own family members. We like them, but we also love them, right? Or we dislike them, we hate them, all those kind of emotions kind of happen, right?
Yes.
So with regard to your training and your background is in the clinical psychology, is that right?
Yes.
You're not a medical doctor?
No.
You're not a pediatrician?
No.
You're not an ER doctor?
No.
You're not an anthropologist?
No.
So with regard to this evidence in this case, did you go over the surveillance video that was presented?
I did review it.
You did review the surveillance video, okay. And so did you also review the photos of the recovery scene?
Yes.
Did you also review the photos of the anthropological exam?
Yes.
Where there were fractures to the jaw in the front and in the back?
Yes.
You also know that multiple ribs were broken?
Yes, I do.
You also know that there were a broken bone in the hip region?
Yes.
Okay. And so, with regard to Daniela's testimony, which I actually have here from the court reporter, did you review all that?
No.
The testimony that she gave the other day?
No.
No. Okay. And so, in that, there's questions regarding whether she's scared.
Okay.
And so, explain to the jury the difference between being scared and being afraid. Because you kind of you pointed that semantic out, and I'm kind of curious about what your distinction is with that, between those two words.
I mean, it is just semantics. I wouldn't differentiate.
Okay, so there isn't really a distinction. So if my child was to come up to me and say, Dad, I'm afraid of X, you could say the same thing, that they are scared of X, right?
Yes.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I understood that part.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so are you familiar with a study regarding the psychotherapy focus on how children between the ages of 3 and 6 recall traumatic events? And essentially the study was looking at Hurricane Katrina victims, children in particular, and how their recall of events differed from those children that suffered long-term traumatic, post-traumatic stress, or long-term traumatic events.
No, I'm not familiar with that.
And so in that study, there is a difference between children that experience a single short-term traumatic event versus long-term trauma. And what happens is the days sort of start to mesh together. You ever heard of that?
Yes.
Okay. And it's because essentially my Monday, if I'm a child that goes through some traumatic event, is the same as Tuesday. And my Wednesday is the same as Tuesday. My Thursday is the same as Wednesday. And then Friday, and they kind of all mesh together versus a single event, right?
Yes.
And so with regards to her testimony, there are consistencies throughout all the statements. Is that correct?
There are consistencies.
And those consistencies are, they were at a hotel.
Yes.
That at some point, Domenic and Daniel went up to the hotel room.
Yes.
And that the children, and when we say children, we're referring to Daniela, Alexander, Avani, and also Nicole remained outside. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And that's consistent throughout. And we can also, you may have personal witness.
Yes.
Since you haven't reviewed this, but and so what's also been in testimony is that they stayed across multiple hotels, right?
Yes.
Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Okay. And so the child's memories, we're talking about traumatic, being a witness to traumatic events over the course of time, that could blend into a single episode or a single event location, right? Again, we're asking a four and a half year old
Right.
to process what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And explain to me, do you understand kind of the legal duty that parents have to protect and care for their own children?
Yes.
Okay. Do you think a 4.5-year-old child understands that concept?
No.
That might be difficult for them to understand, right?
Correct.
Okay. So let's talk about, and this was the direct examination of Daniela back in May 22nd, 2024. And I will refer you to So what do you remember about the last time you saw Domenic? She says, I don't remember because it was a long time ago, which is accurate, right? 3 years ago.
Okay.
But the last time I saw him, my dad told me, Avani and Domenic, no, me, Avani, my brother, and Nicole to go out in the car, and Domenic had to stay with him in the hotel room. And so Domenic and your dad were in the hotel room. Ask her what happened next. We went into the hotel room and saw Domenic. And again, when you went to the hotel room and saw Domenic, what did you see? Now that question, is that a free-form question or is that a suggesting question?
That is an open-ended question.
Okay, it's an open-ended question. He was on the floor in the bathroom with his shirt off and his eyes were closed. Okay, so let's look at permission to publish Judge Exhibit 5. And so let's go to States Exhibit 5. And you've not interviewed Daniela, but you know what she looks like based on interviews that you've seen?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, playing it at 12:11 a.m. This is States Exhibit 5. Do you see Daniela?
Yes.
Whose hand is she holding?
Nicole.
Okay. So a child may hold the hand of someone that they feel safe with?
Yes. Mhm.
Here it is, Vaughn. Right here. Grabs him.
You tell me right now when you see
And watch
Daniela
the
back
floor.
on the screen. You see Daniela?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Does it look like she's looking at something?
She's watching this scenario.
Okay, she's watching what's happening, right? Okay. So let's fast forward it a little bit.
Maybe he didn't fall.
To about 12:16.
Not that it makes it any better.
So you see the defendant come back up with that child that Daniela was looking at back upstairs? That consistent with everyone else remaining outside while this person's going upstairs?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go 12:32 in the morning. You see Daniela at 12:32, 12:33,
Yes.
and she's walking up the stairs?
Mhm.
So that's also consistent with what she's saying about going back to the hotel room.
Yes.
Then let's go to actually that same day.
That's what I thought too.
About 9:13 in the morning. And I wanted to point you to, again, in her testimony, this is when she sees Domenic in the hotel room,
Mhm.
not moving, lying down on the bathroom floor,
Okay.
right?
Yes.
Okay. There was a question about if she felt safe with Nicole. Do you know the answer to that?
No.
Here it is from the other day, May 22nd. Do you feel safe with Nicole? And what was her answer?
Yes.
Did Nicole ever hit Domenic? What was her answer?
No.
Right. And so would a child perceive, let's say, disciplinary, like spanking, as hitting as opposed to maybe other forms of physical abuse as hitting? Does that make sense?
If I understand you correctly, yes. I mean, a child can perceive hitting as
Different than a
Yes.
spank on the body, right?
I don't know that a child would describe that differently.
Okay. And so the question was asked, are you afraid of your dad? Her dad being the defendant. And what was her response?
Yes.
Yes. And let's see, there was also questions about whether she remembered if her dad hit Domenic. And her responses were,
And this, yeah, I didn't hear
that's
this.
right, you weren't for this. And I want to talk about Domenic and your dad. Did you ever see your dad hit Domenic?
She says yes.
Yes. And so that form of that question is the same as, because if we can read it, did you ever see your dad hit Domenic, is the same as the question that is later asked of her. Did Nicole ever hit Domenic?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Yes.
Those are the same forms of questions.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And so let's look at this part in State's Exhibit 5. I'll play it. Do you see Daniela?
Yes.
Who's she standing next to?
Nicole.
What's she doing now? What's Daniela doing?
Sitting.
Next to who?
Nicole.
That's consistent with someone who's not afraid of that person that she's sitting next to, right?
Correct.
Acquiescence. You heard that term in clinical psychology?
Yes.
And so acquiescence is, may I approach Judge?
Yes.
Is the idea that a child would acquiesce to what someone in authority, or depending on the form of a question, typically an adult who's asking them questions, may give them information that they perceive that the adult wants them to hear. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so that's the reason why it's important to have open-ended or free-form questions as opposed to leading questions that suggest answers, right?
Yes.
And did you explain, or, oh, I just had it right now. One moment, Judge. Oh, there it is. Can I approach the witness, Judge?
Yes.
Have you ever seen this document? And I'm going to mark it as State's Exhibit 82. Have you ever seen that?
Yes.
You have seen it. And so that document. And I'm marking it for the record, Your Honor, as State's Exhibit 82. Thank you. So you have seen this document?
Yes.
Okay. And so assurances. What's that?
You're reassuring a person of that they're going to be okay.
So in clinical psychology, are assurances important when dealing with child witnesses who have experienced trauma?
Yes.
And so the reason is because we need to make sure or assure that they are safe, that they're going to be okay, that telling the truth and the whole truth does not negatively affect them, right?
Yes.
Because again, we're talking about a child who is a witness to trauma, and then expecting that child to go to the first adult and explain everything that happened without really having a rapport with that child.
Okay. Yes.
Right? And rapport is important.
Yes.
And so State's Exhibit 82, which you looked at, and you said that you've reviewed, was actually a contract or a promise or an assurance from myself to the child, Daniela, right?
Yes.
And in that, I don't suggest what happened or even who did what.
Right.
It's merely, she won't get in trouble as long as she tells the whole truth about what happened to Domenic Aguilar.
Yes.
Right? I don't say, tell me exactly what your dad did. I don't say, tell me exactly what Nicole did. Or, hey, I need you to say this exactly happened. Instead, it's, you will not get in trouble as long as you tell the truth.
Yes.
Is that an assurance?
That is.
And there's also children, as they get older, understand the importance of telling the truth.
Yes.
And they understand the oath, and the oath that you took yourself today. right?
Yes,
Which is to tell the whole truth, to tell the truth in front of this jury.
yes.
So we talked about Nickolle Aguilar is a neglectful mother.
Yes,
Do you agree with that?
yes,
Okay. And you reviewed the CPS records that she had in Florida.
yes, I did.
And with regards to that, let's talk about those instances that seem to indicate neglectful behavior.
Yes,
And so one of those things was Domenic had sores on his body that were not properly cleaned.
yes,
Is that an example of neglectful behavior?
yes, potentially.
Okay. Domenic getting to a vape pen and smoking it, that's a form of neglectful behavior.
Yes,
Domenic getting out of the house and wandering around in the street, that's a form of neglectful behavior.
yes,
And in none of those records in Florida, in those CPS records, was there any record of her being physically abusive to Domenic?
no,
The records were limited to her being a neglectful mother.
that's my, that's my understanding, yes.
And so you testified that you testified in multiple, I guess, jurisdictions?
Yes,
Have you testified in other states before?
no,
Okay. So just around Texas?
yes,
Different counties?
yes.
How many times have you testified in San Antonio?
Maybe 6.
Okay, Bear County.
How much you getting paid? Are they gonna ask? Ask it.
So, could you explain to me your kind of your practice? Is it you see patients and then you come and testify on the side, or are you a state, or do you work for the government, or where do you work?
I'm in private practice,
Okay.
and I probably about 30% of my practice is seeing patients for therapy. Probably another 30 to 40% is doing evaluations where I get referrals from pediatricians or family practice doctors or psychiatrists that ask for assistance with diagnostics and to better understand the sort of case formulation for an individual. And then I do consulting. I'm the consulting psychologist for Hill Country Youth Ranch. I've done consulting for Arms of Hope. And then I do forensic work with the rest of my practice.
What percent of the practice is testifying in court?
Testifying in court or in general forensic?
Testifying in court.
Testifying in court is probably 10%.
Okay, so 10%. And then is there a fee associated with, let's say, just testifying in court?
Yes,
What's that fee?
$225 an hour.
Okay. Also, if I keep asking questions, that's going to keep going.
Okay.
And what about, I guess, in the initial consultation? Is there a fee associated with that fee?
For forensic or in general?
In this case?
It's my hourly rate.
Okay, so the hourly rate applies to just working on the case, reviewing material.
Yes, it does.
And preparing for ultimately this part right now of testimony.
Yes.
Okay. How much have you been paid or is total?
I've not been paid.
You've not been paid, okay. Will you submit an invoice after?
Yes.
Okay. How much will that be?
I think I've spent at least 20 hours on the case.
discussion about the child, Daniela, wanting to see her father. Is that right?
Yes,
And as we talked about earlier, that is also consistent with children's complicated relationships with parents.
it can be, yes.
Um, I guess going to the expressive language disorder of Domenic that you reviewed in the Florida medical records.
Yes,
That has nothing to do with his broken jaw, does it?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know. Does the expressive language disorder have anything to do with his broken ribs on his bike?
No, I don't know that either.
Okay. That expressive language disorder, does that have anything to do with his broken pelvis that he had?
Again, I don't know.
Looks like she has about 5 minutes left.
You've never reviewed any phone calls or interactions, text messages between Samantha Bettis and Nickolle Aguilar?
No,
But you did review phone calls between Nickolle Aguilar and Shirley Acevedo, who is Nicole's mother.
yes, I did.
Passwords.
To be fair, you were appointed by Judge Ness as the defense expert in this case, right?
Yes,
And, witnesses don't have to talk to the defense, do they?
no,
We asked to talk to Danielle, and we were denied that request, right?
yes,
So we wanted to talk to her, but we weren't allowed to.
correct.
You called towards the end of Daniela's testimony the other day, and the prosecutor was showing it to you. When Bridget Garza asked her if she remembered Daniel Garcia hitting Domenic, she said, "I don't remember," correct?
Correct.
And does that tie in with your concerns about vulnerable suggestibility and victim being coached?
It does.
And does that tie in then to unreliable memory as a result?
Yes.
How so?
Well, the ability to say, when she says, I don't know, instead of, she's one time saying she does recall the information, and then another time she says she doesn't.
As an example, the prosecutor showed you the contract you did with Danielle, correct?
Yes,
And right after Danielle signed that contract, she looks at the video and said, "I lied in that video about Daniel Garcia, my dad, kneeing Domenic and throwing him to the ground and hurting him," right?
yes,
And so after cross-examination by the state, is it still your opinion that Danielle is vulnerable to suggestibility and a victim of being coached?
it is still my opinion.
Never seen. So let's look at the difference between Ms. Garza's question and my question, right,
Okay.
regarding that. So going back to the testimony of May 22nd, 2024, the question was, when Mr. Gross asked if you remember that, if your dad hit Domenic and you said you don't remember, do you remember that? You said you didn't remember.
Mhm.
Is that more suggestive, that is more leading, than the other question that I've asked her in this same testimony,
That'll be an example of a direct question.
right? Which would be a direct question, which is suggesting to the child a particular response or an answer.
Potentially.
That's what it is.
No question, Your Honor.
They should be excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. Dr. Montier.
Thank you.
All right, let's go get closings because they've been out for a little bit and they're making me nervous. I don't want to miss it. Also, and her testimony really didn't have any weight for me in the other trial we watched her in, but makes me question her a little bit. I get it, the defense does not have access to all these people, and that is a problem. But it makes me kind of question is,
recklessly caused by
paid for their opinions, so to speak. Not saying that is happening. But you know what I mean. All right, so this is today.
from the court.
That's jury instructions. Have a good lunch, Bon. We'll be here. I don't know if she'll do sentencing today after they come back. We're going to do closings and go from there. I don't think she did either, Hamilton. I really don't. That was kind of pointless. But it was the only defense witness, so I kind of felt obligated.
Thank you very much for your participation this last week and week before. I can tell you guys have shown up on time and that you have been very attentive throughout this trial. And myself and Oscar and Sarah, we sincerely appreciate that attentiveness. I'm going to go through this kind of page by page and just give you the quick breakdown of how this is going to work. Then Oscar later on, he's going to dig in a little deeper. The first few pages, as the judge read, have the charged offense, and they list what are called lesser offenses. The charged offense is a first-degree felony, and there are some lessers, which are second and third-degree felonies and lower. Okay? Obviously, Oscar and I, we're asking you to convict on the first-degree felony, and I'm going to tell you why here in a minute. Then on the third page, you're going to see definitions. Some of these are not really at issue. For instance, child. Was Domenic Aguilar a child? I don't think that's really disputed. His body was put in a small box 3x3 when it was taken to the medical examiner in Colorado. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or impairment of the physical condition. Bodily injury, those types of assaults usually involve slapping someone in the face, maybe punching them a little, causing a bruise, a cut, a scrape. Serious bodily injury. Bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any member of the body or any organ. That's what we have here. Serious bodily injury. You can see where they've covered it up by putting that mask over his face. You can see in some of the surveillance clips how he walks holding his hip. His movement is impaired. And obviously we have injuries that have compounded over the days and weeks prior to July 24th, where this child is at risk of death, and in fact, he dies. Acts and omissions. Acts, that's simple. When the defendant punched, kicked, kneed, whatever you call, whatever he did with his body parts to cause those broken bones, those are acts. Omissions, that's a failure. When you have a legal duty to act and you don't act, that's an omission. And in this case, Daniel Garcia had a legal duty to act because he had care, custody, and control of Domenic Aguilar. Domenic Aguilar's last walks down those stairs were not next to Nickolle Aguilar. You'll see it in the video. He was standing right next to Daniel Garcia. And who's the individual who carried Dominic's unconscious body back up the stairs after he threw up in the parking lot? It was not Nickolle Aguilar, it was Daniel Garcia. Who is the individual that carried Dominic's unconscious body back down the stairs that last time to place him in a car seat? It was not Nickolle Aguilar. It was Daniel Garcia. Daniel Garcia checked into that hotel room. He lived with Domenic Aguilar. You see him walking up and down those stairs with Domenic Aguilar. They agreed to live together, split the cost of living. Daniel Garcia and Nickolle Aguilar had care, custody, and control of all 4 of those kids jointly, the way they had agreed to live and the way they were living in that hotel. All right, the accomplice witness rule. I'm not going to split any hairs. Nickolle Aguilar is guilty of the same crime that we charged Daniel Garcia with. She pled guilty to it, and she came in here and she told you about it. Now, what the law says is you have to believe her, basically, and you also have to corroborate her in a manner that tends to connect Daniel Garcia to the charged crime. That doesn't mean you have to corroborate every little aspect of her testimony. You just have to look for evidence that tends to connect that man to the crime he's charged with. And we start with the surveillance video. You've got 2 exhibits here. State's Exhibit 6. This is just a selection of some of the instances on that stairwell, particularly the ones towards the end, but you also have them checking in, and you have some clips of them walking up and down during the week while they're staying there. This is the full surveillance video. You have it if you want it. I'll warn you, this is a voluminous video, and it will take a long time to go through. But in the interest of justice, we've put it into evidence in case you want to look at it. This video connects Daniel Garcia with this offense. He's there. It's in the room he checked into. He's the one who's with Domenic. And you'll see in that last walk Domenic takes down. Daniel Garcia gives him a little aggressive tug when Domenic is walking too slow. Right after you see him hold his tummy. And you watch that video, you see Domenic hold the tummy, and you watch Daniel Garcia give that little tug. You want to know who did that? Who assaulted that child in the tummy like that? Was it Nickolle Aguilar? Or was it that guy who tugged that arm indifferently and with a little bit of anger? You also have corroboration through the text messages that Daniel Garcia sent to Samantha. That didn't come in through Nickolle, that came in through Samantha. First, he texts her on his own phone. Then he texts her from Nickole's phone. Now, do you need Nickolle for that? No, you see in this video, towards the end, he's got her phone. And you see from the phone records that he's calling his mom from her phone, and the time matches up. You also see from the phone records that her phone continues to call his mom as they go to Colorado and as they're at the border, the Texas-Mexico border. His flight up to Colorado to dispose of the body and his flight leaving the country, that's evidence that connects him to the crime because that is evidence of his guilt. Why is it evidence of his guilt? When somebody's guilty, what do they try to do? They try to get rid of the evidence and they try to get out of Dodge. The phone records, the text messages, they connect Daniel Garcia to this offense. You don't even have to get to Daniela. I know they've spent yesterday calling an expert in to question her credibility. You don't even have to get to Daniela to connect Daniel Garcia to this crime and to corroborate the truthfulness of Nickolle's testimony. That's what we've been doing this entire week, is showing you all the evidence that casts all the guilt on this man. So now we get to page 7 of the charge, section 9. This is the charged crime. First-degree injury to a child, intentionally and knowingly causing serious bodily injury to Domenic. All right? Now, you'll notice when you read this, as with all the other charges, there's a lot of ors in there. And there's a lot of different ways you can place those ors, this or that, to get to his guilt. And here's what I'm here to tell you. You do not have to individually agree on how Daniel Garcia is guilty, as long as you all unanimously agree that he is guilty. I'm going to say that one more time because it's important. You do not all have to unanimously agree on how Daniel Garcia is guilty, so long as you all unanimously agree that he is guilty. So one of the ways you could agree he's guilty is you could agree that he intentionally caused an injury that resulted in death. Now, I don't think he did that. I don't think the evidence shows that. Now, I do think the evidence shows that he possibly intentionally caused injuries that led to serious bodily injury by way of impairment of his movement, or that he knowingly caused any number of the variations of serious bodily injury on that child. But here's what I think is the easiest way for y'all to resolve this case.
Ask the jury to instruct the disregard on.
The jury will disregard the last comment by the state.
Move for mistrial, Your Honor.
Okay, what I say is not evidence. I'm just trying to help you guys through this charge. Another way you can look at this is also, and there's an or here, you can look at the omission. Now, 6 of you can think it was an act and the other 6 can think it's an omission, and you still have a unanimous verdict. But the evidence, I think, is more clear on the omission.
I object to invoking his personal opinion, Your Honor.
The evidence is more clear on the omission. Why do we know that? It's right here. Look at the way that child walks around that first landing on the stairway. Look at the way. He's hurting. He's in bad shape. And we know from our common experience that he didn't get that way just before he walked into the frame. He was in that room all day. You'll see on this video, he's in that room all day by himself, a lot. Something happened to him in that room. And that guy knows what happened to him in that room. And he knows what the condition of that child is. And even before that child walks into frame here, ask yourself, would any reasonable person have called 911, gone to the hospital? I mean, we're in a big city. We got doctors, hospitals, urgent cares, fire stations, 911 services. How hard would it have been, even before he walks into the frame, to get this child medical care? It would have been easy. But instead, they keep walking him down those stairs in pain, out into that parking lot where he vomits, where he passes out. And what do they do then? They take him upstairs and lay him down in the bathroom to see if he'll wake up. And we all know exactly why they didn't take him to a doctor. Because when he first walks into this hotel, the first time you see him walking into that hotel, he's got that mask on. And you know the first thing the doctor's going to do when they take him to medical care, he's going to peel that mask off. And that doctor, without hearing all the evidence that you heard, that doctor's going to know exactly what happened. So they can't take him there. So what they do, they just say, hey, we'll lay him upstairs, see if he wakes up. And then rather than going down the street to a hospital or a doctor or an urgent care or fire station, they go through the big country of West Texas, through the desert of New Mexico, and into the mountains of Colorado, and they push his body down a slope. But that's not even enough. They got to go down and they got to hide it in the bushes. And then they got to flee all the way to Costa Rica because they can't be here because they know it's going to catch up with them. And it did catch up with him. And it's going to catch up with him here with you folks. And I ask you to find him guilty of the first-degree charged offense of intentionally and knowingly causing serious bodily injury. Thank you.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Gross, are you ready?
Yes, thank you. Good morning. So the facts of this case are straightforward for you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. We said from the beginning, actions speak louder than words. And what do we mean by that? What do we get down to the actual thought about that? Nickolle admitted she's trying to manipulate you all members of the jury. She said she stopped taking her medications so that she could look more emotional in front of you all. That's manipulation by her. Just like she and Samantha tried to manipulate Daniela. She told her mom, Nicole told her mom, that she was caught lying when trying to get a deal in this case, a sweetheart deal, because she admitted to you all she would do anything she could to get out of a 5 to life case. Because she was facing a first-degree felony, still is. That's 5 to life. And she got a sweetheart deal from each prosecutors for a cap of 15. And how did she do it? By lying to them, because she told her mom. And she admitted to you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that she was caught lying when she tried to get a deal last month, April 25th, 2024. And she admitted that that was after lying to every law enforcement officer, every family member, every prosecutor, and frankly, ladies and gentlemen, she lied to you. She lied to the FBI and the U.S. Embassy in Costa Rica. She admitted to that. She lied about burying Domenic. And this is after Daniel Garcia is out of the picture. He's not even in that house anymore. And she's lying about burying Domenic. She said put him in a shallow grave in Colorado. And that's Nicole is the one that's guiding that ship. She's the one making the decisions. Nicole says, we're going to take him to Colorado. And then we're going to go down to Costa Rica to my family. That's Nicole in charge. She lied to her family when she got to Costa Rica. She admitted to that. You ladies and gentlemen of the jury, she lied to her mom. And even more importantly, when she got here in front of you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, and she claimed that she saw bite marks and a messed up jaw, that is not what Agent Aguilar said when he testified, because we asked him, we said, what did she tell you? She told me no marks or injuries. No marks or injuries. And she admitted she lied to SAPD because she was scared they would blame her for everything. And why not? Because she lied to you. And how do we know that? Trying to figure out if someone lied to you or not is one thing. Looking at the science, that's another thing. Let's look at the science for a second. There is no cause of death determined in this case. Now, why is that important? The prosecutor is going to get up after me. And the prosecutor is an experienced prosecutor. He's going to show you horrible pictures of Domenic, what he looked like coming out of that ravine. And it is undisputed, it's horrible what happened to Domenic. But it wasn't Daniel that did that, it was Nicole. The prosecutor is going to show you text messages and all these other things to try to overcome this, but here's the bottom line, ladies and gentlemen. The medical examiner and the experts told you all there's no cause of death. Unknown cause of death. Unknown. No injuries at or near the time of death. Nicole claims all these injuries occurred at or near the time of death. The medical examiner, their own witnesses, said there are no injuries at or near the time of death. No paramortem injuries. No way to know when the fractures occurred. The antemortem part of the ME's testimony here is where the government's own independent experts, their own medical examiners, their own doctors, their own science, says Nicole lied to you because it's a month or more from the date of death on some of these injuries. How do you square that, ladies and gentlemen? How do you square that?
Evidence not in front of the jury, Judge. Misstating the evidence, sorry.
A month or more from the date of death. A month or more. Where are we a month or more? July 2021. A month prior to that, June 2021. Nicole told you all, ladies and gentlemen, looked you in the eye and said these injuries happened at the hotel. Happened at the hotel, or hotels if you believe her, 1, 2, and 3. That is a lie. Their own experts established that. That is a lie, a month or more from date of death on some of these injuries. Their own experts can't agree on the timing of the injuries. And it's unknown who or what caused those fractures. It's unknown. Now, here's the thing. A case like this is tragic. It's horrible. What happened to Domenic should never happen to anybody. But even more horrible is for someone to flash horrible pictures in front of you all and get you angry and mad and wrongfully convict a young man where the evidence does not prove beyond reasonable doubt. We're looking at this. You remember during jury selection, and we were very, very, careful during voir dire a few weeks ago. Remember we talked about reasonable suspicion, probable cause. Probable cause. What kind of evidence would you need to convince someone that it's okay to go kick in someone's door at 3 a.m. to search for drugs? That was probable cause. this evidence from Nicole, does that even give you probable cause to think that Daniel Garcia did? No. All those lies of their own experts contradicting Nicole. You to kick in someone's door at 3 a.m. over something Nicole tells you based on the facts of this case? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Nicole lied when she said all fractures from the week of the hotel. Their own expert said that to you all, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And we know it's unrebutted from Daniela. They were playing tag throughout the hotel. They were swimming together, she and Domenic. They went to the water park together, she and Domenic. How is that consistent with those cracked ribs, a cracked pelvis, and a cracked jaw, all occurring at the hotel? Daniela, can't give you that, and Nicole clearly lied about it. And here's the quote, the very last quote there from Nicole. It was just so random and unexpected when Domenic died in the hotel. It was just so random and unexpected. She can't keep her story straight. You, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, should not be manipulated by Nicole in this case. Thank goodness we have the WhatsApps. The WhatsApps are a roadmap to Nicole in this case. The WhatsApps. August 23rd, 2021. Keep in mind, Daniel's gone. Keep in mind, the body is going to be discovered in 2 more days. August 23rd, 2021. I love you. I can't say it enough, so you get smothered with it. I love you. Where does that come from if she thinks that Daniel Garcia caused these injuries? Good night, baby, sweet dreams. But here's what's even more alarming. Just think about it. The body is found August 25th, 2021. And that night, the night of August 25th, 2021, Nicole says, when they asked me about you, I said, you're a great man and father and you care. Where does that come from? I'll tell you where it comes from. Nicole caused those injuries to Domenic, not Daniel Garcia. And they occurred a month or so prior to the July time period in 2021. That's an admission by Nicole. She caused these injuries. She doesn't say, I can't believe you did these things to Domenic. I never want to see you again. Where's that kind of language? I value what we have too. The night of August 25th, after the body's found, I love you too. I value what we have. I feel bad because you're not with me, and I blame myself for that. That is Nicole, ladies and gentlemen, saying that she caused that damage to Domenic and put them in the position they are. I fucked up as a parent, failed my children. How does that happen? Now, the state would like you to believe that this is Daniel somehow, making Nicole do these things. How's that possible? Nicole picks Colorado. Nicole picked Costa Rica down to her family, not Daniel. And then where's that come to you then? After these WhatsApp lines, we know Nicole has anger issues. She tried looking emotional and contrite and very petite up here. But we know when Nicole found out that DJ was seeing Ivani from her mom Surly on a phone call at the jail, like, fuck, bro, she's a fucking baby. You want to go fucking go murder something? Go do it. Fuck her dad up. That is an angry person. That is someone who's capable of doing anything at all. And Nicole admitted, Siri said not to fight anymore in the jail and try to control herself more. And so then where's that bring us, ladies and gentlemen? Where's that bring us in this case? These incredible things from Nicole. I'll say this, and I'll say it again. Nicole is a monster, not a mother. Nicole is a monster, not a mother. What mother takes a dead child that she caused the death on and she caused those injuries on and straps them into the back seat of a car? What monster does that? Not mother. And then she claims she has sex with Daniel Garcia in Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, Costa Rica. Come on. And this is the one she claims caused the death of her child, Domenic? That's a lie. The truth is, Nicole did that, and you could have told that by her demeanor on the stand just how she appeared on the stand when she was testifying. When Domenic soiled his pants at the hotel. I spanked him so hard and so many times until my hand hurt and I felt the anger. That's a monster. That's Nickolle. That's the one who causes problems in this case. That's why these experienced prosecutors gave her a sweetheart deal of 15. Because they're hurting so bad for evidence in the case, they need someone to come in and point the finger at Daniel Garcia, someone to come in and corroborate what it is that Nickolle is saying. She flipped off Daniel and said, what the hell? So she's clearly not fearful of him. And did you notice her demeanor in the stairwell? Because the prosecutors played it enough times, and they're going to play it again, I'm sure, in their closing after I sit down. You remember, not once was Nickolle crying. Not once. She was rubbing her head once like this, and the prosecutor said, what is that you're doing right there? I was rubbing my head. They were hoping she would say, I was crying and wiping tears, but she wasn't. I mean, she sits in her car for 15 minutes while Daniel takes Domenic upstairs and she watches social media for 15 minutes while all this is happening. And recall, she claims this is when all the ribs are fractured, the pelvis is fractured, and the jaw is fractured. Yet she sits in the car for 15 minutes. How is that possible? There's no corroboration who threw Domenic down that ravine in Colorado. Now, the prosecutors, they've got a phone call, but the jury instruction that Judge Meza gave you is very clear. Mere presence is not enough to convict someone. Mere presence is not enough to convince anyone beyond a reasonable doubt that they committed an offense. And the other key thing in those jury instructions that Judge Meza gave you is presumption of innocence. You remember we talked about that during voir dire. Presumption of innocence, the red bar I had, remember, all that is not guilty, the red bar, presumption of innocence. And in the jury instructions that Judge Meza gave you, it says the presumption of innocence alone is enough to find someone not guilty. The presumption of innocence alone. How does that play with these horrible things that happened to Domenic? How does that play with these horrible pictures that he's going to show you right after I sit down? It should stand firm, because we talked about it in voir dire. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit someone, especially on the facts of a case like this, where Nickolle is an admitted liar, and it's clear Daniela has been coached and subjected to thoughts by other people to testify against her dad. Where's Ivani and the two dogs in Colorado while Nickolle is throwing Domenic into the ravine? See, Nickolle has all these lies going, but they just don't hold up. She's saying that a 1.5-year-old, 2-year-old in the backseat of a car is just sitting there while a rope is tied to a steering wheel and someone rappels down that rope and then she helps back up that rope. What's the 2-year-old and the two dogs doing during all this time? It doesn't make sense. Nicole's lies just don't hold together on that. There's no corroboration about who caused Domenic's injuries. And clearly, Nickolle tried telling you all that Daniel said, hey, don't use the phone anymore. She called her mom Surly for money. She called her mom Surly for coyote money to get across the border. Nickolle is in charge. It's obvious, and she's the one that caused the injuries in this case. So we know that Nickolle has a horrible history with Domenic. And why is that important? Dr. Watts made that very clear to you all. When we look to see if there's suggestiveness or bias or coaching, we want to see what the facts are that led up to this. Well, we know Nickolle lied when Domenic was born about who the dad was. Their own experts came in and said, we ran the DNA, and guess what? It wasn't DJ that Nickolle put on the birth certificate. It was someone else. And we know that Nickolle canceled sick visits on Domenic. Who does that? A monster. Domenic got out of the home and unattended outside in 2018. Just think of that. He's 3 years old, and he gets outside the home and unattended outside. Now, that can happen. You know, you have a child that gets out like that. But how about Domenic at 3 years old And of course, this is before Daniel's anywhere near the facts of this case. In October of 2020, this is 2018, Domenic got a marijuana vape pen and smoked it. And Domenic had opened stores and was growing in buttocks in 2019. How does that happen? It happens from a mother who doesn't care about you. That's how that happened. She's more interested in herself and doing what she wants to do, like smoking marijuana or whatnot. Domenic was potty trained but regressed in 2019, and Dr. Watts was very clear about that. That regression of potty training comes from, very likely, abuse of Domenic. That's why there was a regression in the potty training in 2019. That's before Daniel Garcia even knew Nickolle. Domenic was seen by a mental health clinician, and there was concerns about language development, him being in the second percentile. That's indicative of abuse of Domenic well before Daniel Garcia is even anywhere near this case. And Nickolle sends a letter to Samantha and drew pics to Daniela. April 3rd, 2023. Just think about that. She writes a letter, Nickolle, and draws a drawing of Daniela and sends it to, and the prosecutors, they try to say, well, now wait a minute, Dr. Watts. Do we even know? Do we even know if Daniela got that? And Dr. Watts says, well, I personally can't say he did or not. But what we do know, ladies and gentlemen, is that after she got that letter from Daniela through Samantha, Daniela then out of the blue said Nickolle did nothing wrong in this case. Yet we know for a fact Daniela pled guilty to this case to injury to a child. And she's doing anything she can do to cut her time on this case. Nickolle told Surly, we know this, April 25th, 2024, a month ago. Nickolle told Surly, her mother, on the phone from jail, the prosecutors were frustrated because of Nickolle's answers, and the prosecutor thought Nickolle was lying. She tried lying and she fixed the answers. That, ladies and gentlemen, is reasonable doubt. Absolute reasonable doubt. The prosecutor touched on what Daniel supposedly did to show care, custody, and control. Well, Daniel never took responsibility for protection, food, shelter, medical care. Daniela made it clear from the beginning. Nickolle said, look, I took care of my kids, Daniel took care of her kids. That is not assuming protection, food, shelter, and medical care. Carrying a child up a stairwell is not taking responsibility for protection, food, shelter, and medical care. Daniel could not have enrolled him in school. He could not have left town with him, couldn't have gotten on a plane with him. Daniel could not have taken him out of the country. Daniel could not have picked him up from school. None of those things and none of the evidence in this case shows that Daniel ever took responsibility for protection, food, shelter, or medical care in this case. It's clear Daniela misses her dad when she made those statements to Child Safe and SAPD. And Daniela said, I feel safe with my mom, my dad, and my cousin. They asked her, who do you feel safe with, Danielle? And she said, my mom, my dad, and my cousin. And that was August 23rd, 2021, right after these events occurred and the police first talked to her. She wanted to see her dad, September 3rd, 2021. She wanted to call her Grammy to know dad is okay. And there were no reports at school, no behavioral concerns from 2021 to 2024. And we know that she finally recanted, Daniela did. She took it back. She said, I did not see my dad knee Domenic or throw him to the ground. And that's huge, ladies and gentlemen. It's clear that Daniela's been coached in this case. It's clear she's subjected to suggestiveness in this case. And she's not credible when she comes in and says anything negative about her dad, because that's Samantha and Nickolle working against Daniel through Daniela. We know in the first interview, Daniela said nothing about Domenic and Daniel. Nothing. Just, I miss my dad, and I trust my mom, my dad, and my cousin. She said it happened at a hotel. She doesn't remember when she last saw Dominic, she doesn't remember going home with her mom that day at the hotel. She didn't know if her mom picked her up later. She lied about Daniel throwing Dominic to the ground or kneeing him and lied. She admitted she lied to Eric Mata from ChildSafe on the video. She said we stayed at only one hotel, playing tag, swimming, and eating pizza, and that's unrebutted. How does a kid with broken ribs, a broken pelvis, and a broken jaw do those things? They can't. It's not possible. The prosecutor's going to keep showing that video of Daniel Garcia holding Dominic up by his arm off the ground. If there were cracked ribs and a cracked pelvis, that child would be screaming in pain and just rolling on the ground in pain. That doesn't happen. And Daniela says, I don't remember if Daniel hit Dominic. That was the last question that Bridget Garza asked Daniela when Daniela was testifying in this case. She said, I don't remember if Daniel hit Dominic. And then the prosecutor turns around and says, well, Daniel did hit Dominic, didn't he? Yes, he did. How do you go back and forth like that? And there's certainly no evidence of serious bodily injury through Daniela. Daniela said, I just hit him. That's only bodily injury. It's not serious bodily injury. On October, just one more time to go through this, April 10th, 2024, Daniela tells the prosecutor she lied about seeing Daniel hurt Dominic. April 17th, 2024, a week and a half ago. April 17th, 2024, Daniela says she does not remember how Daniel hurt Dominic. She's being coached. She's being coached by Samantha and Nicole. Dr. Watts, her testimony is unrebutted. Daniela has an unreliable memory because of this coaching. She's vulnerable to suggestibility, which occurred in this case, and a victim of being coached, which occurred in this case. It's our position, ladies and gentlemen, respectfully, that on the facts of this case, what you've heard through Daniela and Nicole are the only witnesses who try to put anything on Daniel in this case. Respectfully, Daniel is not guilty in this case, and you should find him not guilty of all these charges. Thank you.
Your Honor, permission to set up? Thank you.
I know he has to present a defense. But to say he's not responsible for anything, if he's not responsible, then he doesn't even have to tell anybody what was happening. That alone would make him responsible, just like it would make her responsible to tell that something was happening. Neither one of them did that, so then therefore they're both responsible. In my opinion. It's ridiculous. I know. But my gosh.
This is strategies to simply misstate the evidence that was presented to you.
I object to counsel striking at the defendant over shoulders of the defense counsel, Your Honor. I ask the jury to be instructed to disregard that. Move to disregard, Your Honor.
So if you recall from the experts that came up and testified, the injuries occurred not months, but they were consistent with occurring over days to weeks at a time. Again, that's what's in evidence. What this case is about, that little boy right there, Domenic Aguilar, and what happened to him. I agree with defense. Nicole is a horrible parent. Doesn't even deserve to be called a mother. That is true. If you knew nothing about this case, nothing. Let's say you just came in and you saw this video, right? We're gonna focus. Let's focus first on the omission part. And you saw this. You see this family coming down. It looks to be like a family. They're staying in that same hotel room. And you notice, again, it's July in Texas. And then you see this little boy who's struggling to walk down the stairs. His face is covered. It's July. No other kids are having their face covered right there in that video. It's July in Texas, and he's wearing a hoodie. And there he is walking. So one of the comments right now was, when he tugs at his arm and he pulls at it, well, why is he not rolling around the ground screaming? His jaw is broken in 2 spots. That's why. Then you see that. And then, again, You knew nothing. Then you see the defendant coming up there, bringing that child, his limp body, up to the hotel room. And then do you think maybe we should call for medical care? No, doesn't do that. Instead, here he is packing his bags, leaving. Child's still upstairs, getting ready to leave. What corroborates him taking custody is they were all staying in the same hotel room. They moved from Florida to Texas. That's corroborated by multiple witnesses. And here we have departure date, July 29th. So here he is leaving 4 days earlier, sending these text messages of, are you awake? I need to drop the kids off. Had an emergency. I got to go back to Miami. Why is he lying about that? Why is he not saying, hey, I need help? This kid needs help. He has access to his phone. And again, remember from the evidence, he tells Nickolle, my phone's messed up, right? That's around midnight, right after you see Domenic being taken upstairs, unconscious. Yet he's using his phone hours later. And then he starts texting from Nickolle's phone that he needs to go to Miami, lying about that. Then, what do we see? Him taking this child's body into that car. Then, brought you cell phone records. Go all the way up to Colorado. And his body's found on the side of the mountain. We brought you that. The clothes he was wearing. See that blue shirt? This mountain? Left his body there. He did that with Nickolle. Again, we talked about even FBI agents who are familiar with that area had to use rope to come up and down that mountain. So it's consistent even with what Nickolle is saying. And I guess the comment was, where's Avani? Where's Avani during this while they're doing this? A 2-year-old, right? I guess he's never heard of car seats. That's where she is, in a car seat, restrained while they are going and disposing of her brother's body. And then the defendant shows up in Costa Rica. Here's a photo of him in Costa Rica. Nickolle Aguilar, yes, we did bring her. She is selfish. She is self-centered. She is a neglectful mother. I put that in quotes because she doesn't deserve that honor to be called mother, but legally that's what she is. So she lied to police about this case. That is true. You don't have to like her. You don't have to like her. But from what she said, can we corroborate what she said? Does that evidence tend to connect when we corroborate it? Her actions are consistent with her CPS history from Florida. She is a neglectful mother. That's consistent. She let this happen to Domenic. He caused those injuries, and she let it happen because she was more concerned about herself and having a boyfriend or whatever. And you heard from their own expert, she didn't have any history of physical abuse in Florida. And Nickolle's testimony is consistent with what we see in the evidence. We stayed at 3 different hotels. We got that corroborated by Samantha. There are the addresses right there. There was an intent to move to San Antonio as a family. It's corroborated by Shirley Acevedo when they left Florida. It's also corroborated by Samantha, in particular of this text right here, where they're talking about him moving. This is, of course, after he lies about going to Miami. Instead of going to Miami, he's going up to Colorado to go dump the child's body on the side of a mountain. But if you notice, they're discussing between Samantha and Daniel about his intent to move here, to be involved in their children's school. Daniel assumed care, custody, or control of Domenic. You see him in those videos with Domenic. The abuse of Domenic happened by Daniel, happened across 3 different hotels. That's consistent with the anthropologist's findings that the injuries to Domenic's bones were days to weeks old. Days to weeks old. Consistent with what we see on video. It's also consistent with findings from Dr. Burson and Dr. Molina that the abuse was not a singular event, that it was abuse across multiple events. So here we go. Daniel punched Domenic in the face multiple times. What we have, when they first arrived on the 20th of July, his face is already covered. Why? Because he wants to hide it from everybody. Because he knows as soon as you take that mask off, he's got a swollen face because he's been punched in the face by that man. By that man sitting right there. He's got a crack in the jaw, in the front. He's got a crack in the back. It's a 5-year-old boy. Daniel hit Domenic with his fist and knee in Dominic's chest and stomach area. Anthropologists noted that there were breaks in multiple ribs. Looking at this video, again, I'm going to show you this video because that's what happened. We can go back in time and look to see what was going on. That's why I'm showing you this video. You see him holding his side. You see him struggling to walk. Dr. Molina also stated that that type of injury could eventually lead to pneumonia, which could eventually lead to death. And we see it consistent with their findings. And here's one of Daniel and Domenic by themselves. Domenic would get punched in the butt multiple times by Daniel, while Daniel would hold his face into the mattress and just repeatedly punch and punch and punch him and punch him across multiple hotels. You see him struggling to walk. Our experts described that those injuries are there in the pelvis region. It affects his way to walk, and you see it in the video. Dr. Burson stated that these injuries are the type that would require medical intervention. And actions do speak louder than words. I agree, they do. So what actions did the defendant take? He lied about why he needed to leave San Antonio, lied about a job opportunity in Miami. He disposed of Domenic's body with Nickolle Aguilar in another state, and ultimately fled the country. Dr. Molina, injuries sustained by Domenic qualify as serious bodily injury. How do we know that the defendant knew he was causing serious bodily injury? He had Domenic's face covered. He had him covered up from head to toe. He knew that if Domenic was taken to a hospital, the kids would be taken away. He disposed of Domenic's body to keep that evidence from you. He told Nickolle that they should hope an animal would get to his body. And he got his wish. We brought you Dr. Flint, who described how maggots ate Domenic's soft tissue. And that's why he became a skeleton out there. That little 5-year-old boy, that's what became of him. Maggots ate his brain, can't analyze what happened to his brain, because him and Nickolle disposed of his body. Dr. Flint also corroborates that the body was disposed around July 26th of 2021. Nickolle eventually took law enforcement to the body. Also told them the address of the hotel, the last hotel they were staying at, which allowed law enforcement to get that surveillance video, the one that we've been seeing, the one that's been presented to you. Daniel tells Nickolle that his phone isn't working. Again, as I mentioned earlier, hours later, he's texting Samantha from his own phone. And we can see it on video. Right here. There's Nickolle handing the phone to Daniel. Notice how his hands are wet, consistent with the statement that he took the kid into the bathtub and put water on his face to see if he'd wake up. Daniel used a rope to get up the mountain after he moved the body because he was not satisfied with where it was. Was Nickolle not completely forthcoming? Yeah, she wasn't. She wasn't. Because of those water jugs right there. She described throwing them at her own child's body so that that body would roll further down the mountain. And there they are. There's the water jug. Daniel then used Nickole's phone to communicate with Arlen Acosta, his mom. There it is. There's him on the phone. Again, we talked about the UTC conversion time. That call's made at 11:04 a.m. Daniel had his mom send his passport. And here we see, based on the cell phone records, a lot of calls right before the phone leaves the country on the 28th to Arlen Acosta, the 305 number. You can see him. Daniel then uses coyotes to cross Nickolle through various country borders. And that's corroborated with Jorge Rojas, who we brought over here. He said there was no record of Nickolle Aguilar crossing into Costa Rica legally. Even though she's a natural citizen from Costa Rica, she was born there, but she crossed illegally into her own home country. And there was record of Daniel Garcia and his vehicle, that white vehicle, crossing into Costa Rica. So what were Daniel's plans in Costa Rica? He asked Christian Aguilar about establishing a business or a farm in Costa Rica. It corroborates actually what Nickolle stated about their plans. This is kind of like a restart in Costa Rica, I guess. It contradicts Daniel's earlier plans about moving to San Antonio to be closer with his children. And again, looking at those text messages that you'll have, he's even telling her, well, once I'm done with this Miami job, I'll come back because I'll have this safety net and cushion. But again, he's going to Costa Rica. He's got no plans to come back. Why? Because he knows what he did. Daniela Garcia, here's the actual questions. Here they are. You can see them. Put them on this slide. Did your dad hit Dominic? Yes. Did Nickolle ever hit Dominic? No. Did you feel safe with Nickolle? Yes. And then here's a screenshot from July 25th, 2021, 9:14 in the morning. Daniela and Nickolle sitting right next to each other. This is after Daniela has described that she's seen a unconscious, not moving Dominic on the bathroom floor. So what do we see in these videos? This video, July 23rd, 2021, 9:49 p.m. This is the last time that you'll see Dominic walking and not covered up, entire body. Still got that face mask though, but here he is, walking up those stairs. Then all of the 24th of July, the entire day, Dominic is up in that room, not coming down. You're gonna see Nickolle come down these steps. So what do these tell us about what's going on? Why does Dominic stay in that room all day? Here she comes. You'll notice her make a gesture to Daniel. She flicks him off. She's upset. Again, I'm not saying you have to like Nickolle. She's a horrible mother. But the evidence is on that video. And what we see in the next one. This is, again, Dominic's still in that room. He didn't come out for the 24th. 6:38 p.m. Here comes Daniel and the kids. Here comes Nickolle. A picture's worth 1,000 words. I don't know what a video is. It's probably worth a lot more. Again, no Dominic. July 24th, 9:55 p.m. No Dominic, but here comes the pizza. Talked about this pizza. Here it comes. Dominic's still in that room. Not allowed to eat pizza. And we've seen this video many times. We finally see Dominic after a whole day of being in that room alone by himself. Walking down these stairs, struggling to tug on the arm. Actions. Daniel's actions caused those injuries. Nickolle's lack of action or her omission let Daniel cause those injuries on Domenic. Daniel's omission is knowing that Domenic was injured, and instead of getting him help, he fled San Antonio. He left. With Nickolle, they disposed his body in Colorado, which led to the maggots eating his body. And then they both fled the country. Daniel Garcia is guilty. I ask that you find him guilty of the most serious offense. The evidence is there. Nickolle's already pled and taken responsibility for actions, and now it's your turn to hold Daniel Garcia responsible and hold him accountable for his actions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you now have all of the evidence in this case. You have the charge of the court and you have the closing argument. So the moment that I have been telling you about, where I can tell you do not deliberate, now I'm telling you this is the start of your deliberation. So we have ordered your lunch. It should be here in the next 30 minutes or so. We will take it to you as soon as it's here, but for now, follow the instructions. Select your foreperson, begin your deliberations. We are also going to collect your devices, like I explained yesterday. At this time, you are ordered to go and begin your deliberations. Thank you.
All right, jury.
And that's it. Now we wait. Hopefully it won't be much longer. I had everything pulled up on my phone just in case. I know. He did yell. He was like, "All rise, get out." Yeah, this is live now. I was starting to get nervous when that doctor at the end, or whatever she is, started taking so long. I'm like, would you please stop talking? And I know how long it is. She went for an hour, a little over an hour probably, but I was like, they're gonna come back before I get closings in. They did not. I mean, we all know, and I don't think we're all guilty of it, whether you're here or other places. Of, well, the jury shouldn't take long on this one, right? Yeah, everybody says that. They need to go back. They need to do their jobs. They need to do it correctly. Ooh. Are they back? Oh, that'd be sweet. That would be that'd be sweet. Well, here, I'll put this up just so.
Thank you. May you see that?
Woo-wee.
So foreperson, yes. You will have a verdict. Is your verdict unanimous? Go ahead and hand the verdict to my bailiff. I will first inspect it to make sure it is in proper form before I read it.
There we go. I did it. I'm kind of proud of myself. Pat on the back.
I do find that the verdict is in proper form. If the defense could please rise. In cause number 2023 CR 6452, the verdict form reads as follows. We, the jury, find the defendant Daniel Garcia guilty of the offense of intentionally or knowingly causing serious bodily injury to a child as charged in the indictment. Does either side wish to pull the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Members of the jury, this is what I'm going to do. I'm not going to say names or numbers. I'm just simply going to point at you. This doesn't include the alternates, okay? So I'm going to start at the back, and I'm going to ask you if this is your verdict. So juror in the back, is this your verdict? In the blue shirt? Is this your verdict?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Still in the back?
Oh.
Yes, is this your verdict?
Alternate.
Alternate, okay, you're an alternate too? Alternate. Okay, in the front? Yes.
Yes.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes. Yes. Very well. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this actually concludes your your jury service. During a break, the defendant changed his election of punishment to the court, and I have granted that election of punishment. And so this concludes your service. You are now released from all of the instructions I had previously given you.
Never mind.
I thank you on behalf of everyone who worked on this case. I thank you for your time. What I'm going to do is you're going to go back to the jury room. We're going to give you your devices back. I will have your work excuses and meet you in the back shortly. Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
All right, well, he changed something, so they don't have to decide his punishment. I wonder if she's going to hand it down right now.
Thank you. You may be seated. We're back on the record. Mr. Garcia, based on the jury's verdict in this case, I'm going to remand you without bond on this matter and sentence you. I'll set a sentencing date of August the 14th. That's a Wednesday at 1:30. And we will continue on from day to day until all of the sentencing evidence is heard. I will order probation clerks. I need to order a PSI and a TAP evaluation.
And Your Honor,
Yes?
because we have one punishment witness who's from out of country and is present today, would the court be willing to hear testimony from that witness?
I can. Yes, I can, unless you want to agree to have the witness here for by Zoom.
Zoom is fine.
Can your witness do Zoom?
While they're checking, Your Honor, I noticed the alternates came in with the jury. Were they separate from the jury during deliberations?
Yes, sir.
Just want to make sure it's clear for the record.
It
Thank
is
you.
clear. It is, for purposes of the record, the alternates always remain in county court for jury room by themselves.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, Your Honor, so we have one from out of state and one from out of country, and both are able to do PSI.
Okay, August 14th at 1:30 then. I'm going to carry the other cases for the same date. What do you guys intend on doing with those?
We'd like to keep them open pending any appeal, and I'm pending approval from the district attorney. We can talk to Mr. Gross about any kind of deal that maybe we can work out.
Okay. For now, we're going to get, so please explain to your client that we are going to start the PSI process. He will be interviewed, and so he needs to do his part on that. Like, I'm not going to hold up the PSI for you guys to negotiate. It's going to go forward. Okay? All right. I'm going to go back to dismiss the jurors, and then I will come back in and get you if they want to talk to you. It's totally optional with them.
So I'm clear, Judge. Otherwise, we're excused.
Otherwise, you're excused,
Okay.
yes.
Thank
And your client can go back? Yes. Okay. Ready, Mom?
I'm surprised that that defense attorney doesn't want to go back and talk to the jury if they want to talk to him, because what would hurt? I think it's always good for them to go either side, go back and talk to the jury, see what happened. This, I don't know, this isn't one of those like we were on the fence things, but I don't know, that hurts. I don't know what the other cases are. He faces up to life, George. I'm not sure what his minimums are. And I didn't hear. So the other cases, I heard there was other cases. I assume they're against him because they want to keep it open in case something with the appeal. The closed captionings were not available on this because I guess because it's today's. I don't know, but and then what are they? I don't know what they're going to negotiate. If he's willing to plead on whatever the other cases are, then maybe they're come to some kind of sentencing agreement. I have no idea. Oh, absolutely. He didn't know. He didn't know, but it would have helped him a ton. Had he known and had he gone back to talk to him, I think it would have been very beneficial to him. And it sucks that he didn't. He looks pissed. And I don't feel sorry for him. I don't feel sorry for him at all. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he could plead to not have to do life, to be eligible for release at some point. Um, they're both guilty. Just as I honestly don't think that she inflicted the abuse on him. I really don't. She just didn't save him. So the mom got 15, the defense kept saying 15 years. I had read up to 15 years, so I'm just going to say 15 years. So I hope she got the full 15. She deserves it. Deserves more. She deserved as much as Katrina Mendoza got, which is 45 years. I think she has. Are you asking or telling that she? I was kind of surprised that if she's already been sentenced. Yeah, I didn't think they did. They kept saying that 15 years, 15 years. But I thought that I read that she's facing up to 15 years. So she deserves all 15. I'll have to see if I can find it because I want to see her sentencing. Now, I don't know that this judge isn't like Judge Boyd, where Judge Boyd has a YouTube channel. This judge has a YouTube channel, but she's never on the YouTube channel. So I hope that this news channel that did the trial will pick up the sentencing. I'm sure they will. They did for both Katrina Mendoza and Jose Ruiz. It all just depends on how they do it, George, because every state is different, and some you get good time, some you get. I was listening to a sentencing, and they had to serve 1 day for every 7. So I don't know. And if she's been fighting or anything like that, that's not going to go well for her. So I don't know how that will go. Yes, I'm really bad. It's so silly. I have been listening to a lot of other YouTubers this week, and I realize just how bad I am at that. I can tell you, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe. I am so bad at, hey, don't forget to hit that join button. And don't forget this. Don't forget to support the channel. I am horrible at it. I'm not comfortable with it. And I listen to them do it and like, why are they it just like rolls off their tongue and it's so easy for them. And I'm over here going, yep. I'm not good at it. Maybe what I should do is pretend that I am back in my teenage years. I need gas money and you guys are my parents. I hope so. I know. I appreciate you guys. I appreciate it. I think about it all the time. Like, why do you struggle so much with it? And I just do. Just does. All right. So I am going to go take a look at this trial that's going on in Tennessee right now and see what's happening with it today so that maybe we can if we can, I'll probably start that Friday because I don't know if anything else happening right now. Um, unless you guys want to go back to the one in Detroit, I can tell you how it ended. Also, the prosecutor's closing argument was 4 hours long. 4 hours. Oh, he does? I keep checking his channel because I've been looking for that Haley Brown. Like, where'd she go? Well, I will do it. I won't be able to do it till Friday because I'm with my dad tomorrow. But I know you guys probably won't be surprised that the people in Detroit were found guilty. But 4 hours for a closing. I was like, I feel like I'm watching the Murdaugh trial all over again. What does it take? Like 2 days? The state? Oh my goodness. It's horrible. So maybe we'll just forget that one. The audio was bad in it anyway. It was hard to hear the witness, or it was hard to hear the people on the stand. Okay. All right. I'll check out old Judge Wolf tomorrow. What do you mean? Can you chat live with me on stream? Like just chat? I yes. I've You can all chat live with me on stream all the time. I know. It just was, it was, it is. Oh, goodness. Well, all right. Now I don't even know where to go. Dang it, George. Okay. On that note, I am going to go feed my dogs because I hear them running up and down the stairs. If you can't see the chat, I apologize. I don't know why you can't because I have it on replay. And you should always have my chat going if you're watching on replay. I tell you that all the time because my chat is awesome and they're funny. And they break up this crap that we don't have to sit and listen to it, but we do. We choose to. We're educating ourselves. George, thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Gabby, thanks for being a wonderful mod. Hamilton, it was great to see you. I don't think Bond made it back from lunch. I wonder what she had. Sarah, who am I missing? Carmen wasn't here. And I know she's out and about. All right, guys. I will see you guys Friday morning and we will figure out what we're doing and go from there. So have a great day, rest of your day, night, evening. What is it? Is it like 8:30 there, George? 8:30-ish? 9:30? Yes, very rude. And it's not like she's going to get to hang out with us that much. 8:30. Dang. If I was over there, I'd be in bed. I'd be asleep. Alrighty. I'll see you guys Friday. Go have a good day or evening or whatever you got going on. Just have a good time and stay safe. And also, don't do anything that will make me have to stream your trial later. Just remember that one. That's the most important thing to remember. I don't want to have to stream your trial later. All right, guys. See you later, Friday, 10:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Bye.